Alright. Hello everyone and welcome back to Grand Order. Today is more of, you guessed it of course, the wonderful Quetzmas event where we spend all of our apples and do all of our farming. Oh, 3 hand quartz. Thanks to Lightworks. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to spending that on something useful. Alright. A killer technique and a chilly ring. Is this going to be our last event? Or is this our last unlock? No. We got one more to go. We got muscle. We got dumbbells. So the next one should be our... So today's unlock is the perfect golden mode. Alright. I'm just gonna double check here that we got 200 for the golden foe, and there's nothing else left to buy other than monuments. Alright. So in this case, we can pretty safely just, like, buy a few of these and not care. May as well just pick up a few here and there so we always stay above 100 even when we're ascending servants. Alright. Let's unlock our gold farming node, because man, the gold drop rates in the basic gold farming node are abysmal. Killer technique and a chilly ring. Hey, how's it going? Why should I farm the gold node? Because I haven't actually finished getting all the gold materials. But first I have to unlock the good gold node. I mean, I would farm tickets, but there isn't a better node to farm tickets either. Oh no, I'm not gonna farm the one that costs belts. That one's crazy expensive. Alright, you're tilted, you farmed so hard. Why is that? Why are you tilted? I was jealous when I saw the others double team. Still not a single CE drop? Jesus. Okay, now I'm slightly concerned for you. It's getting problematic at this point. Like, when the tickets node opens up, you really want to have a couple of those. Yeah, that's a rough event. Jesus, 120 boxes with no drops. We'll just use random trees as training dummies. Okay. Yeah, box 9 is not actually that far. I've done a few lotteries. I did a couple lotteries on Japan, at least. Like the last lottery on Japan, not this one, but the Nightingale lottery. Yeah, the average isn't amazing. And you could probably pull off like 9-10 boxes, you could probably do without any drops. That's like just clearing out the materials in the shop. Yeah, the drop rate is always pretty abysmal. It's probably higher. Well, some people think for previous lotteries that the drop rate was higher on higher probability nodes, but it's not always very clear. It might be flat. So we're developing a secret killer move that's not our Noble Phantasms. Yeah, normally the last node has the highest drop rates, which is why it's like, as you approach it, it gets more stressful if you haven't gotten any, but... Again, we have like a whole week. We have like a whole week to get drops, and you only need so many. Like, you probably shouldn't be expecting like 5 MLB CEs or something crazy like that. I think what I did like 80 something boxes in the last lotto, and I had like 2 MLB CEs. And again, you get 4 or 5 from the event itself, so not too crazy. Gold and silver with pretty low drops. Like 1%, if you do it 100 times, like kind of, if it's 2%, if you do it like 100 times, I expect you to get at least 1. I mean, you won't necessarily get 1, but yeah, it is what it is. So you've been farming, how hard have you been farming? How far have you guys been farming? You're 9 boxes in? How far are you in, Mordred? I thought you said 120, but that was actually for your Guildfest run. Box 5? Okay. You're not going too hard. I'm spending a few more I'm spending a good chunk of apples every day I'm playing. Mostly because A, I'm only playing like 3-4 hours. And B, because I also am going to have to participate in the Carnal Lottery, and man, 2 lotteries and a Christmas where I'm not going to be able to do any farming? That's going to be brutal. Tomorrow you farm 60 plus boxes. You use 10 gold apples per 10 hours. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm trying to just make sure I have all the materials cleared because I've only spent like 20-ish tickets. I spent like 15, 20 tickets during this event, and that's all I'm planning on spending. And I didn't get a single event CE. Yeah, that's a lot of gold apples, man. Yeah, yeah, we didn't spend that many tickets. I'm still tempted to throw more for Martha, but like, yeah, whatever. It was kind of funny last night. I was like, man, I can't roll Ruler Martha. I'm gonna jump over to JP and roll Ruler Martha. Instantly do a 10 pull Ruler Martha right away. Of course. Of course. Ruler Martha just right it. Hey, it's Shadow. How's it going? This. You're just doing your last run for farming the shop. I need gold materials, but I'm done. I assume you're not farming monuments or pieces anymore since you've finished basically all your servants off. I'm done everything in the shop except for gold materials, which I have like partially done. 5 more million QP and Mordred's done. Yeah. Today my goal is to clear the gold shop. Oh, you're gonna be doing belt runs? I need the QP right now, so I need the QP more than I need gold. More than I need anything, so I'm gonna be turning belts into QP, because at the start of this event I had less than 1 million QP. You shouldn't have been participating in the first place, Jaguar Warrior. Yeah, no reruns is weird. Kind of irritating too, because it's like, oh, I can finally benefit from a rerun. Oh, this event's never being rerun. Oh well. I wonder why they didn't rerun the event. Well, if it had something to do with the material, then they wouldn't even be able to... Here's the thing, though. Yeah, I know. People say copyright issues, but here's the thing. If they couldn't run the event a second time in Japan for copyright reasons, then they wouldn't have ever been able to run it in the first place in Canada, or the North American servers, right? If they couldn't run it in the North American servers ever, we'd never see the event. Right? Or it would just be a Japan-only thing and we'll get a rerun, but that'd be kind of weird. Well, this is a North American release. If it's... I mean, if it's illegal for you to be publishing a product, you can't just publish it in another country. That's still a... That is... Unless, depending on copyright law, it's it could still be a violation. I mean, I'd say that this is just being published for the first time this week in North America, so... Copyright issue per country is starting. It is quite tiring. It's kind of weird that they would have a copyright issue with an event, though, because it's not like someone else can hold the rights to the story. The event can only be published inside the game. It's like a script for an in-game content. I don't know how you would screw that up. A killer technique and a chili ring. Alright, I've unfortunately already been spoiled by who this is. I would like an alter ego. If only I had an alter ego servant. That would be nice. Do I just take Astolfo because Astolfo does mad damage to the caster and just deal with Hyphen in like 5 seconds? The day I get Q alter foe, he'll be your second highest attack servant. Yeah, Q hits pretty hard. I know, but I usually try to take the story servant, and the only story servant is Bradamante. So I have the choice of like taking a berserker who will die pretty quickly, or I can take someone doing neutral damage. Astolfo does Ruler Martha or Ruler Quetz would actually be an okay choice here, but. I believe Q is actually an event bonus servant too, so he does okay damage, if not insane. I think we'll take Astolfo. He should be able to clear this. Yeah, Astolfo should be okay. His cooldown reduction he won't care about. We'll keep this in the event that we get stunned. The Martha's only level 50, even if she has more damage. Yeah, the EX matches were kind of fun. The fact that you had Guts on your whole team was kind of weird, though. Like, I didn't even need the Guts, but why was it so easy? There were fun matches. Alright. It's winter. I wonder who we could be fighting. Who's winter themed? Box 4 and finish with the shop. That's pretty good. Up against a couple of large luchadors. Alright. Only natural AP and a level up. Nice. Freezing lanes of Russia. Oh no, who could our 2 Russian servants be? There's only like... How many Russian servants are in the game? 2 exactly? You'll have to forgive me for the blizzard I could not leave behind. Alright. Place your shoulders on the mat until the count of 3. It's Ivan and a snow golem? Come again? Eternal Christmas and Winter Everlasting. I can see why Ivan likes this, although I would have thought he didn't want the Ice Age for his people. You're sure foe is Russian. Alright. I'm just noting now that his belt is made of a spinal column. That's pretty hardcore. El grande, el gigante. I encased my body on this icy floor on the way here because it was so goddamn hot! Yes! That's quite the mask, Anastasia. Great job. Just for this tournament. His eyes are kind of scary. Yeah, they're hella scary. I mean, she does look like the figures you see drawn on nesting dolls. Why not? I like that she encased herself in ice because it was so freaking hot out. We're in like the middle of Mexico. It's probably boiling hot. Especially because we're like right beside a jungle. In my Russia, we need not concern ourselves with who shall be the reindeer. That role will go to Old Man Frost. Dead Moros. Had to beat Anastasia Summer. Or Karna. Someone with the power of a sun god to beat Anastasia? Probably. Her strength is only rank E. I'll remember that. That must be relevant. Anastasia is wearing... Wait, I thought this would be in the post-battle cutscene. Anastasia is wearing Ivan the Terrible like an upside-down backpack. Anastasia is carrying Ivan? The guy's like 3 meters tall and all muscle. That's a colossally heavy person. Try this on first eyes. This is our invincible move. Mammoth Tusk Tray. Like, Strength E. Just lifting the Tsar? Strength E. On a related note, I was unfortunately spoiled by this, because like a moron, I went on Reddit this morning briefly before doing my Christmas shopping. The upside is, I do have a great picture for people if I can find it. I didn't have it open, but I saved it. I'm certain I saved it somewhere, and I will find it. Perfect. We have an artist rendition of Mammoth Tusk Train just for all you people. I'll see if I know there's a link to it from Reddit. I can post a link in the chat later, but here you go. Again, Anastasia is holding the Tsar. You're welcome. I'm just gonna check if I still have the link open in my browser, as I think it's only fair to post links to that, if I can. Yeah. Reddit giveth, Reddit taketh. Alas. I thought that picture was great. Strength E is 10 times stronger than humans. If Strength E is 10 times stronger than humans and Dexterity or Agility E is 10 times faster than humans, there should have been no chance Rin beat Medei. But here we are. They must be using Winter Magecraft that lets them remove friction from their feet. Alright. Yeah, 50 kilograms is pretty heavy. That's like 160 pounds? Yeah. I'm not sure you understand how heavy planets are, if you're saying at strength A you can lift a planet. Planets are absurdly heavy. Jaguar Warrior, you're the most useless ref. I've seen refs in wrestling on TV who are more useful than you. I'm sure we can check how much the Tsar actually weighs. And just because you could lift something that heavy doesn't mean you could actually move at a reasonable pace with it. Especially something that's heavy and wide, because then any movement skews your center of gravity over your body, right? And the minute it's over like your right leg, you'll just fall over. Or passes your legs, you'll fall over. Yeah, if they're all 10 times magnitude increases, Strength A does not lift the planet. As Mordred said, the Earth is 6 times 10 to the 24th. E to A would be like 10 to the 5. So you're like orders of magnitude further away from lifting a planet. Assuming they're all 10 times better. Because then E would be like 10 to the 1. And A would be 10 to the 5, right? B is 2, C is 3, B is 4, yeah. You would need to be getting like 1,000 or more. 1,000 would be 25. You'd still be below the... You'd still be below the strength requirements. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Alright. Well, Astolfo's gonna open with blowing away Anastasia. I think he kills her right here, so we just need to do something about we just need to do something about Ivan. I might be wrong, but I think this is how it goes. The 2 magnitudes you can get for that, that's fair. Yeah, I was using, because I was using 1 as the baseline for a person, which is not necessarily true. How heavy is Ivan? I assume, like, that should be in the statistics page, but I don't own an Ivan, so I can't tell. Mammoth Tusk Train. Invulnerability Pierce? Oh shit. How long does that Invuln Pierce last? 4 turns? Shit. That's a problem, and she has 2-hit invincibility. Okay. That's annoying. That's just 2 hit. It has no expiration date, right? I didn't screw that up. Yeah, 2 hits, no expiration date. Okay. Might have to, like, stun him. Alright, we're gonna go for Ivan, because I just need to push through Ivan's, I want to push through Ivan's break bar as best I can. We should break through it easy. Ivan weighs 2.5 tons. Unknown when fused with the mountainous demonic beast. He's able to lift the object. Yeah, Quetz is crazy strong. And that would be his regular strength. That would be his regular strength. That makes sense. Okay. I'm looking for a hand that Astolfo is really bad in, so that we can take advantage of his... Alright, next turn he should be hella flimsy. Or he should have a Brave Chain next turn, which we'll use on Ivan, so... This turn, we focus on Anastasia. Obviously the first 2 hits do nothing, but it is what it is. Quetz is a B. Yeah. Yes. Herc is like A strength, as I recall. It's only been like a week since I looked. Yeah, he's like A across the board. He's hella strong. Alright, Astolfo is in pretty good shape. Anastasia can probably battery herself at some point, but I'm gonna focus on Ivan because Ivan is not going to die easily. 5 turns. 2 turns on the ignore invuln. We'll want to wait a turn. I'm not gonna stun yet. If we get lucky, Astolfo can NP again before the other NP. Again, Astolfo has like a 50% power mod here, so he actually hits pretty hard. Oh, come on! Astolfo is 1% off? Are you kidding? Astolfo, my man, come on. Don't be like that. Alright, we're gonna focus... Since Anastasia has 2 turns, I'm going to stun Anastasia. Ivan takes 1 turn. I also wouldn't like it if she used her 3rd skill and stunned me randomly, or more importantly, because her 3rd skill gives her bad route, I don't want her to stun me and then NP. on her 2 turns. Alright. I could use blue. I'm gonna use quick because I want Astolfo to generate stars next turn. I guess he'll be generating a shit ton of stars next turn anyway. Eh, why not? We'll go use blue then. Just go for damage on Ivan. Seems good. I don't think Ivan hits for 6k, so we should be okay on his 1 turn. I think Ivan only doesn't hit that hard. I think we'll be okay. Dies instantly. Okay. So I was mistaken. Ivan hits for 6k. And just kill me in 1 shot. Rip. I think that fight was doable. Yeah. But Mordred, we already know that you only need strength A to hold the Earth, as that's part of Heracles' story. Heracles went to Atlas and offered to hold up the heavens, and he straight up did it. So clearly strength A is strong enough to lift a planet. He has to lift the entire universe. maybe Herc's A plus strength is just it gets better if he needs to be involved in a story where he does it. All right. Ooh, a 4-1 split. I don't like that. All right, let's try this again. It's gonna be a 4-1 split. They're going to do ignore invuln immediately. Maybe I should have equipped the Healing's Mystic Code. That might have been better. Alright. Since I don't care about the cards we're going to get, because we're going to get a 4-1 split with Bradamante, what I'm going to do is go like arts, quick arts, I think? Or, yeah, NP arts something. NP quick arts? Or the NP? The tiny amount of NP. So if Ivan gives himself another attack buff, I need to smack him, like right now, or I die. Okay, so Ivan's the most dangerous here. He gets a stun. Bradamante is not gonna do jack, so we'll just do like this. We're gonna break Anastasian's invuln with the first 2 hits. That's the goal. So if Astolfo can NP, Anastasia dies. And then we get a 3-2 split. That's not in our favor. And Ivan can still one-shot us. How long does that last? Another turn. Okay. Well, there's not much to be done about that. It's a 3-2 split, so we can just open with her. Hopefully we get 17k in here. We might need a crit. Oh yeah, we got it. So I say we need a crit and we get all crits. Seems good. King Prote. Oh, she's actually getting to NP. That, like, never happens. That hasn't happened in a single one of our matches. Oh, she's only NP1. That sucks. Alright, well, she has a chance to inflict stun, so I'm not gonna complain. Alright, the goal is, I guess, to get Astolfo as much NP as possible. He's probably not NPing in time. So he might be relying on... he's gonna rely on using the Invul Mystic code in a turn. Yeah, King Prote is fucking giant. Oh, we stunned Anastasia, that's handy. I'm pretty sure I saw the stun go off on Anastasia. I would have preferred it on Ivan, but it is what it is. Gutses. Well, that's a turnover. Alright, 2 turns. Astolfo, Quick Chain. Kind of still worried about that. Kind of worried about the battery into NP, but I haven't seen her use any skills, so... I haven't seen her use any skills, and we still have an Astolfo evade charge, so... Motherfucker. Motherfucker! Did you notice that he buff stripped our whole team? He buff stripped our whole team, and then she instantly did B. Oh my god. Oh. You son of a bitch. Alright, well... Anastasia, you bitch. Well, alright. Ivan doesn't have Invuln Pierce, and he's going to NP this turn. Is this a multi-hit, or is this a one turn? Okay. Well, there's nothing we can do about that. So, the only thing to do, since we're invulnerable, I'm just going to generate stars for next turn, because Anastasia would die to our NP. The strength I don't know if strength affects attack in Grand Order. I know agility affects star drop rate very, 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 very slightly. Or is it crit damage? A couple of the servant stats actually affect things, but there are like absurdly low numbers. Okay. There's a decent chance we just die here. We're going to evade. We're going to evade. We should have okay chances of killing him. We are Buster down, so I will just wait a turn on this. Yeah, I'm with Mordred there. It's probably like high strength means they get better attack stats because they want the attack stats to be lore relevant. Or like in line with the lore, relatively speaking. Alright, so that was very doable. We just have to not randomly walk into a crit. Well, we can look at endurance. We have one of the tankiest, we have one of the highest health servants in the game in the form of Ereshkigal. What's Ereshkigal's END? So he immediately clicks Archer. Sorry, I can see the future, so in the future Ereshkigal is a Archer. I don't know why, but she is. Where are my stats? She has Endurance B, and she's like the second highest. She's like 4th highest at Endurance B. It could have been E. If it was E, it would have been weird. That makes... However, her strength is A. She has A strength. I didn't realize that. Ereshkigal is A strength and has some of the lowest attacks for a 5-star servant. Because remember, she has like insanely high health and fairly low attack. So, maybe not as much of an impact as we think. Yeah, it's gonna probably diverge. For sure. Also, I don't understand this alignment right here. She's listed as chaotic evil. How is Ereshkigal chaotic evil? Like, her whole character is about following the law she was given, which is like, she has to maintain the underworld, treat the souls that arrive in her care, and, you know, be a nice person. She never leaves the underworld because that would be against the rules. She's the fucking ruler of the underworld, but she's chaotic. I don't understand. Like, you could say evil because she's the goddess of death, but she doesn't. She sees herself as orderly. That's the thing. Because she never leaves. Remember, we literally had an entire event about how she thought she should die because she violated the rules of the underworld once. She thought she should die because she violated the rules once. One violation. And she's like chaotic evil. Like, if anything, she should be lawful neutral or lawful good. Because she's like the most lawful servant, one of the most lawful servants in the game. She violated once, so she thinks she's chaotic? I mean, I guess. I guess. I don't like the personal perception idea. Oh well. Ereshkigal's cute. Yeah, personal perception. Is there anyone else who hates themselves? I'm just trying to think. Do I have anyone who hates themselves? Oh, that's a good question. How does Shields... I don't have Caster's Shield, do I? Damn. Alright, Mephistopheles perceives himself as evil, and he's actually evil, so there's no relevance to his alignment. That makes sense. I'm trying to think of someone who's... Medei thinks she's evil, right? Medei thinks she's kind of evil. Although this one might not. Neutral evil. Yeah, she maintains her previous alignment of being a horrible person. I'm trying to think of someone who's, check the Salieri guy. Good call, good call. Salieri is pretty evil, I'm pretty sure. Oops, I should go to profile first. He's chaotic evil. But like, he also knows he's not a murderer. So that's kind of weird. I mean, the only chaotic part of his evil nature is the fact that he kills, he like gets triggered by Mozart. You don't understand Game Press ranks? Oh yes, the ranks for... Yes, I believe it's for her HP at max level. That's what she gets. She's ranked number 4 out of all servants in the game. It's an objective rating, I believe. There is someone who's higher. There are people who are higher. I'm pretty sure King Prote or someone is way higher. No, King Prote is lower, never mind. It's an objective value for those ones. I wish they had a link to where they calculated that. But you can find the person with higher. There is someone with number 2. I've ran into them once. And there is someone. It's a newer servant. There's a new servant who has number 2. The highest attack is No. If she's 4th, she has the 4th highest health in the game. The highest attack is Jean Alter, and she's still number 1. There's a new servant who's number 2. I don't actually know if it's all gold foes level 100 or not. The foes are flat values. Foes are flat values, so you could ignore foes to figure out highest attack. The question would be if it's Grailed or max attack, but all the highest... Since it's based on the pure numbers stats... no, it includes JP servants. It goes on pure number stats, and all the highest would be 5 stars, so the grailing... The amount of the amount of stats you get per grail is the same for all servants, isn't it? All 5 stars, isn't it? It's like a linear increase. So it shouldn't actually matter. Like, you can argue about tier lists, but you can't argue about who has the highest grailed strength. I think you'd also be able to calculate it based off of just regular highest strength, or regular highest attack and health values. Yeah. What it doesn't include, as far as I can recall, is class modifiers or your base damage, your class damage or your base damage modifiers. So technically, if there was a really high damage caster, I think they would still be higher, even though casters have a 0.9 multiplier. Yeah, highest pure attack, yep. I must commend your judgment and your shapely rear end, wrestler. I will gladly shake your hand after the match. I would love to throw the great Tsar off his pyramid now, but I will refrain. Now is the time to endure. I am willing to endure any humiliation for the sake of mischief. Victory. Even tried listening to rock music. Anastasia. I'm really enjoying Anastasia's inclusion in events. She's becoming one of my favorite event servants. The Mammoth Tusk train has no brakes! Oh my god! This train has no brakes. She's becoming my favorite event servant. $10 million Tsar power. Wait, how do you calculate Tsar power? They do have to give her the spotlight somewhere. It's great though. She's far less depressing in events. And this is actually quite fun. I'll spare you the actual calculation, but the force of our charge exceeds 10 million Tsar power. At best, you have no more than 1 million Tsar power each. Numbers don't lie. You have no chance of winning. We're going into Dragon Ball Z power level calculations, only calculated by servants. No, more specifically, only calculated by servants from Russia. They use the special eyepiece, right? Mash, it's a real thing, Mash. Eat Anastasia's worst enemy. Wait. You're keeping to the samba beat to avoid? Yeah, that's pretty exhausting. Yeah, she was in the last summer event. That was what the So Fucking Hot line is. So Goddamn Hot is from the last summer event. What'd you say? An ant can never threaten a mammoth. It will only be an ant. I like how we had like some crazy fights where people cheating, and these guys are just mammoth tusk training their way around the arena to kill us. Yeah, she hasn't been a summer servant. She's shown up in a summer event. We should get a summer Anastasia, though. Although she hates summer, so maybe that won't happen. Gonna test our experimental technique that was introduced in the first scene of this chapter. Seems about right. That's a classic anime for us. Introduce a super move that we've barely learned the hang of just so we can instantly perfect it. In this dire situation. Both your favorite female servants already have summer forms. Who's that? Jalter and Skaha? Santa Jack brings you limbs and hearts. I can see it. I can see it now. I can see it now. Every single skill up requires a minimum of 5 hearts per rank. Bran and Mordred. Right. That was stupid. I wasn't paying attention to who I was talking to. The guy with the level 100 aiming for level 100 Fran, level 100 Mordred, who's almost there. Or 10-10-10. You have like 10-7-10. Yeah, I was like, I just like saw someone. I was like, oh, I'll just ask. Like, you should max Ascension. Should you max Ascension your hands? Or leave them at Ascension 3? Max Ascension your Hans. Hans's max Ascension. Alright. Oh, you reached 9. Okay. Hans's max Ascension lets him interlude his third skill. The interlude for Hans's third skill changes it from a defense down on himself that generates stars to a targetable buff that gives NP per turn and stars per turn with no downside. Like, I don't need to tell you how much 10% NP per turn on a targeted servant's worth. That's really good. At the very least, you don't want the defense down on your caster, who's flimsy as fuck, and you're going to be taking him into fights where there's riders, so he's going to be even flimsier. Like, Hans doesn't have any defense buffs other than his NP. So you kind of don't want him to die. At least make him, like, you at least want him to not die faster than he normally would. And, like, the fact that you can, like, give 30% NP to one of your main DPSs is insanely useful. You would use your caster as an Arash. I mean, I would too, as long as he gets off his NP. I mean, that's what you take Chen Gong for, right? You're like, okay. Mozart's done his job. Goodbye. Oh, Shakespeare. Goodbye. And then you have to figure out what to do with this useless Chen Gong. He can taunt himself out of play, though, as I recall. For Mozart, the third skill. Mozart has what, a 1-turn arts up? That's for the whole team, and his third skill is an intuition that's supercharged, so that at max level it generates 50 stars. It's his best skill. I think his second skill is the next best. I don't actually remember off the top of my head. It's whatever increases his arts. Is his arts his second or his first skill? Looking at Mozart right now. Third is Ein klein Nachtmusik. That's not what we want. Oh, Kleine. My bad. Whatever. Aesthetic. Aesthetic appreciation sucks. Ignore that. Yeah, Protection of the Muse would be his second best skill. At level 10, it's a 44% arts effectiveness for all allies for 1 turn. Bear in mind that Mana Burst is 50%, so it is just below a blue Mana Burst for your whole team. So yeah, his first skill would be the next best. And then we have someone here, speaking like a cultist of Cthulhu. Or a cultist of the Elder Gods, I should say. My magical shield becomes the arrowhead. This is a very elaborate sort of shield badge, really. Okay. Granted, I feel like I may have already been doing something similar up to now without realizing it. Yeah. Present drop and shield charge attack. Okay, okay. Beauclair. Present drop. Gold XP going to Lobo and silver to Arjuna. I don't even know how to pronounce that. It's French. Ridiculous. A czar never shows their back to an enemy. I forbid you to dodge, Anastasia. Wait, what? They're going in head on. They're going to collide. Which move will win? $4 million power. Spin with 3 times. How do you spin with 3 times the force you can output? I don't understand. I'm not gonna question it, but this doesn't make any sense. Yeah, the odd math aside, it looks cool. Thanks for describing it for us, Mash. A legend of a shield wielder. Can we get Bradamante as a shielder? Cersei 999. That is unpleasant for stakes. I hope you don't have an Ereshkigal queued up next. Shielder is only for eggplant. It's not fair though. V's eyelids are so long. It's like the stars are spinning. Rocky. Anastasia's out. The Tsar? Yeah, she takes almost 200 stakes. It's pretty rough, isn't it? Oh, we broke one of his tusks. Damn. I thought there was only one GSSR banner this year. for the New Year's. Or is it split into two? I thought it was all limiteds in one banner. Oh, is it Knight Cavalry again? Really? In that case, I guess you're not kidding me. It's not class-based. Eh? Well, if it's split into classes again. Yeah, I thought Knight and Cavalry was last year. Oh, the extra classes, if it's Knight and Cavalry, will be split up between the other two between the two groups. That was last year's, I thought, though. I thought this year was the all limited servants. If it's split again, that's cool. Let's have a look. In Japan, it looks like it was one banner. You just get a 1 in 43? Yeah, it's one banner. Yeah, last year's was split, and that was okay. This year's, you have every single limited servant except for, I think, Benny on the banner. It's just all limiteds. Wait, what is your ultimate move? Playing possum. Yeah, the odds of getting the servant you want are relatively low. As it's a 1 in 43 to get anyone specific. All you want is GSSR Assassin? Yeah. Well, there's 5 assassins. I mean, the most likely class you get is Saber, but not by much. Who's next likely? There's like 3 rulers, 2 avengers, 3 alter egos, 1 moon cancer, 2 foreigners. So yeah, Saber's the most likely class. I think like most of my 5 stars are limited, so... Oh, she actually just slapped him down? Like that? I have an SSR for everything but Rider, I think. I have casters, I have assassins. I have Saber, I have Archer, yeah, I have all the main classes. I have all the main classes except for, Rider. Although I am missing some of the extra classes, namely Alter Ego. Sorry, Anastasia. As cool as Mammoth Tusk Train was, I like winning more than I like cool people. No Florence spooks. You're like NP3 Florence, though. You want MHX? You tried to roll her last time? Yeah, it didn't work out. Didn't work out, I assume. Either down a dark hole, a dark, depressing hole where you didn't get any SSRs, or you got Semiramis. Crazy Nurse. I mean, he's already getting another 5 copies of Crazy Nurse next year with an event, right? The Nightingale Christmas? 4 SSRs from rolling for Mysterious Heroine X Alter. Ouch, that's unpleasant. Four SSRs and 600 Saint Quartz. A lot of jealous people. There's going to be a lot of jealous people, but as I recall, you had like the weirdest luck this year, right? Where like you got a ton of SSRs, but they weren't the people you rolled for. Oh, you got some of the ones you wanted. Nice, nice. Alright, we're fighting Ruler Quetz next. Then we'll have advantage in raw power. Alright. Oh, it was more than a year ago. We have a new special move. We've grown, but somehow Bradamante is still NP1 and 5 and 5 on our skills. You're not gonna roll this year. You're like, you're like, I'm waiting till 2021 to throw any Saint Quartz. No more of this crazy luck. Yeah, who is Quetzalmask's partner? You want 9 SSRs from the banner? So you have like just under, well, you have like just under, you have like a 23% chance of getting someone you like. I'm guessing it's about 23. It's just under a quarter. Don't want Raikou or Shelter. That's fair. A lot of diminishing returns on NP damage past 2. I'd be okay with skipping on Raikou, but I would like Shelter. Second kill isn't bad. What about, okay, so effectively 12, bringing you to, like, just over a quarter, though. It's 43. 48 would be a quarter. You got, like, 28-ish% maybe. I was almost dead on. It's 27.9%. When will Charlemagne? That'll be a while off. Alas, due to our clairvoyance, we now know in fact that we won't be getting him for the next year and 3/4 or so at least. Who is the mystery servant? This next match. Who's the mystery servant? Oh, Mothman. Who's the mystery servant? Who could it be? We already had Attila the Santa. I'm not expecting anyone who's already been kicked out of the tournament. I think that would be weird. And we've seen all the previous Santas already kicked out. Someone we haven't seen would be more likely. Or someone who's going to be the next Santa would also make sense. So like Nightingale is possible, but kind of weird. This is our gold drop rate one. Santa mask. Oh, thanks Poison. I don't think Poison's even here, but I appreciate that he's got the right servants equipped. Oh, I guess that's all we have today. 13 SSRs you want? Yeah, over 50%? That seems like good odds. Alright. We're fighting... Okay, we don't need bronze anymore. We'll replace this team that was really wonky with Team Rider. Well, we're definitely gonna take... Let's see. We don't need any of... Oops, we want Rider. And these are event bonus servants, so we'll start with Astolfo, even though he's not gonna have any starting gauge. Which isn't great. He's not the worst. Next, Martha is only level 50, so I don't think she's gonna pull her weight. At 100% bonus damage, she hits like she has 1400. Actually, she might pull her weight. She's doing double damage. She effectively has 1400 attack. What does she look like if we equip her with like the Maiden's Teaching? See. That's a lot lower. That's like almost 12k. Hokusai. You think Hokusai? That's possible. I think your GSSR lucky to get a dupe anyway. Yeah. I haven't exactly gotten the servants I wanted out of the GSSR yet either. It's kind of frustrating. I can sympathize. Hold up. How many CEs of this do we have? We have 5. We have 5. If we MLB'd one of these, we would have 2, 3, 4. This means if we get one drop, if we get one more CE drop, it's actually more efficient to limit break one of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Merge into this one, giving us 1, 2, and 3. For a total of +4 bonus. And the most we can equip for bonuses is 5. So once we MLB this, we can start actually equipping starting gauge CEs and not take forever to clear shit. Alright, apart from event bonus servants, is there anyone useful we want to equip? Probably from the Rider class. Or the Berserker class. Let's see. We could equip Waver. We have the party cost. We could equip... not really. Not really anyone I'm desperate to throw in. I guess we could swap Martha out for Waver so that like Astolfo can one-shot a wave. That seems like an okay plan. I don't really care about Bond for Martha Rider, so... You'd want either Iskander or KR. I actually think most of the servants I have, I would be okay with NP2 of. I wouldn't be happy with it, but I would be okay with it. For the limited ones. Because if we go back to... Since we're still talking about the GSSR, I'll just swap over to focusing on that. It's bigger. That would be nice. Let's see. Okita NP2 would be okay. I would like Nero. Nero from Saber, that would be nice. Archuria NP2 would be okay. Gilgamesh NP2 would be okay. I mean, I don't actually care that much about getting Ishtar, but I guess she'd be alright. Skaha would be nice. I guess Rider Alter would be okay. I don't really have a 5-star rider, so it's hard to complain. Obviously, Merlin, Scotty, even Nero NP2 or Ilya would be pretty good. I don't really care about Da Vinci. Yeah, who do I not want? Maybe I can just open Paint and do something. Let's see. Paint. Oh, actually, we should first do Snip. Time to take a picture. Paint, everyone's favorite application, right? Cool. Who do I not want? Who do I want and who do I not want? This is fine. Give me a brush. Sure. Let's see. I don't want Arthur. Get out of here. I don't really want Brynhild. Get out of here. I don't care for Da Vinci. I mean, I don't hate Da Vinci as a character, but as a servant, I don't care for her. I don't care for shooting. Who are some obvious people I don't like? I don't really care for you. Or you. I think those are the only ones I would really have a hard no to. Oh, yeah, I forgot you exist. I think those are all the ones I would be very unhappy with. Those are the only ones I would be actually unhappy with. I'm like kind of neutral on Kiara. I'm not happy or unhappy with Kiara. Kind of neutrally unhappy with you. And you. And Sakata. I don't actually like him. Actually, you know what? The Sakata. Screw Kentoki. I don't want Kentoki. I know Kentoki is not bad, but I don't actually want Kentoki. I think those are the ones I would like the least. Only a few that I'm like, that would kind of suck, but okay. Oh yeah, I don't actually want Sigurd. Piss off, Sigurd. Everyone else is kind of okay for some reason. Or another, like... Oh yeah, Aresh? Okay, we probably don't need Aresh because I already have a copy. We'll just, like, cross out people I don't care for because I already have a copy. There's not that many. I don't really know if I need a copy of Aresh. More than one. I feel like she's okay. Same with Hijikata. Semiramis is NP damage this week, so I don't actually hate getting a second one of her. You know. I would actually like a copy of you. Who would I actually like? You. Slightly lighter because I don't actually want them. These are just for mechanics. Actually, that's stupid. We're not differentiating between waifu reasons and ones. I actually still want a copy of those. Those are the ones I would like the most. And it'd kind of be like, you would be okay. It would also be okay. I'd be like, that's okay. Yeah, Musashi would be okay. Everyone else I'm like super neutral on. Like I don't lean anyway. I don't really lean strongly in any other direction on most servants. These are all like extras I don't really care to get or not get. I guess like that? I don't know. That's basically how it goes. Everyone who's not listed, if I get them, I'm like completely neutral on whether I got them or not. Which includes most of my dupes, because I already own... Like, I already own Hokusai, right? I already own Hokusai. Oh, we'll just do boxes for this. Oh, yeah, perfect. Right, I already own Gilgamesh. I'm actually okay with NP2 Gilgamesh. I'm definitely okay with NP2 Archuria. NP2 Okita would be fine. NP2 Hokusai is fine. Semiramis or Nero also need NP2. Semiramis's NP damage is terrible, so an NP2 is like kind of required for her to be useful. Your first GSSR was Jean, and on your next roll she spooked you. Then you got Shikio, and on your Fujino you got her twice. And then you got Jalther when you had her already, so every GSSR is a dupe. My previous GSSR rolls were Hijikata and Hokusai. But they're fine. Yeah, I think most of my limited servants I actually am okay with getting copies of, which is kind of nice. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. Like, I only have a few servants I genuinely don't want in every class. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I only have like 14 I don't want. I still have pretty good odds of getting someone that I'm at least okay with. And like, if I got Shin or Dante's or like... wow, why can't I remember her name? Kiara? Or Sigurd? I wouldn't be like super pissed, I'd just be like moderately disappointed because I didn't really want them. Well, the ones that just have the horizontal line are just people we wouldn't be impressed with. The X's are people I just don't like. It's like fairly small number. As like the X's are people I probably, apart from Ivan, I mean I would probably level Ivan, Raikou, I would probably level most of them. Just for the sake of leveling them, but I wouldn't be like very happy with them because I don't like their character really. I didn't even hate Ivan in the event, I just don't like Ivan. I think his NP looks really stupid. And again, I also like Da Vinci's character, I just don't want them as a servant. Oh, I just realized Sitanai is not on there. Thanks for pointing that out. Where the heck is Sitanai? Where's Sitanai? What happened to Sitanai? Oh, she's story locked? Shit. Shit, that sucks. I thought she was limited. Oh man. I would totally have a check mark on Sitanai. A big green check mark on Sitanai. Damn. I don't want to roll story, no! Story lock is basically the worst version of limit. It's the same as limited. Oh well. At least Ilya is still available. We can get lucky and pull Ilya, even if it's not the superior Sitanai. Yeah, she'll return with a rerun, but it's still a whole year. And that next year is brutal on my Saint Quartz. Alright. I'm actually gonna take a second and save that this picture somewhere so I remember who I wanted without having to look back at it. We'll save it as GSSR in my general pictures folder. Alright. Now that I know what terrible nonsense I don't want, time to try and clear this wave in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. Alright. NP damage? Yeah, we'll go with the NP damage. Stick good. Bond 2 for Q Alter. Only Bond 2? That seems good. You have 1,200 Saint Quartz at the moment. You don't think you have enough next year? You definitely don't. There's never enough Saint Quartz. I've seen people spend 1,000 Saint Quartz trying to get one SSR. This event's the first time using him. That's fair. What are you even using Q Alter for in this event, other than backline fodder? Sit and I took 810. That's such a bad sit and I roll, though. That's like a below average sit and I roll, that sucks. Okay, he gets 80. He's gonna be like 80-ish. He has no way of generating more NP. I think we'll be okay for a bit. Try something. Okay. I wanted Waver to go in the event that he failed to crit with his 90% chance. He only needs to hit 90% to be effective enough to contribute. There we go, 90%. Perfect. This won't be too bad a clear. Like 4 turns-ish isn't bad. What do we got? 100k. Astolfo and Achilles? Hold up. Achilles has muscle power. Does this mean Achilles is going to show up in the event? We haven't seen Achilles yet. He could actually be the hidden servant. Because we've seen Astolfo, I think. We've had references to Astolfo. We've seen a lot of the other servants in the tournament already. We definitely haven't seen Achilles at all. Right. This is an NP2 Astolfo. And this is a slightly better. I think we'll go with Astolfo this time around. Did you see Columbus? I thought we saw Columbus briefly. I'm not positive, but I thought we saw him. I thought we saw Columbus briefly for like some gambling shit, but maybe that's just because it's something he's known to do. Alright. And what's last? The legendary tipster. Okay. We have all 3 attack buffs. His defensive buff isn't really necessary here. He has 100% crit chance. That will catapult even higher. Alright, this should be an easy kill. Columbus also wouldn't make sense as a climactic villain for this wrestling match. Why would he be the hidden servant? How much damage do we do with NP? 100k? Doing 44, and then jib him with crits. Okay. The double quick up. Alright. That's actually not too slow of a node to clear for us, assuming we can get the Achilles pretty reliably. Okay. We need like a couple thousand mics. Golden microphones, so we're gonna be here a little bit. Farming tickets. Farming tickets and microphones. Well, mostly microphones. Mostly tickets. We don't have enough microphone drop rate to get anything of note. Garden of Avalon. Yeah, we're definitely taking the Achilles. No one here is anywhere close to being as useful as Achilles, even if the Achilles isn't really maxed out. Also, I know we don't have starting gauge, but this starting crit is really nice if you're not doing 3-turn compositions. Like, you have really high odds of just critting the enemy into oblivion. Turn 1, solving most of your problems. Okay, let's see how we want to do this. Seems obvious, we'll just do Hearts Chain with Achilles. Naturally, Achilles. We should have done the 100% crit chance first, maybe? Well, either way, we definitely should have used Astolfo's skill first. That would have made way more sense. Alright. We just do damage here. Whatever does the most damage is the best for us here. We can already clear the next waves. Thanks to that opening hand of disgusting crits. Whatever kills these guys is the best. Wow, we don't even need Waver's damage bonus. Or we don't even need Waver's NP generation here. Like, we massively overkilled that. That seems more lucky than anything, but still. Alright, the Stolf is going to clear out these guys. We are not running a debuff cleanse. How long does this attack down last? 1 turn? Okay. I'm gonna assume it's not like 100% attack down or something stupid like that. And it's like 20%. So the Achilles Buster card is still gonna hit really hard for this turn. Assuming Astolfo doesn't just kill this guy, which he does. He wouldn't have without the crit. He wouldn't have killed him without the crits, but that's fine. Alright. Man, we didn't even need to use Achilles' battery. That was a lot of damage. Man, Achilles does so much damage. Especially on his NP turn. He hits really hard, man. And I mean, I know this Achilles has like... Ew. Really? Spinal fluid? Does anyone actually need spinal fluid at any point? I would rather be farming real materials. I always have so many spinal fluids. Like, I'm just sitting on 200 of them because you never need them. Like, who actually needs spinal fluid? No one, that's who. You also get hearts. Oh, that's true, we are fighting a demon, so we get hearts. The hearts are okay, the spinal fluid though. Yeah, not so sure about needing spinal fluid. Alright. Okay, don't screw up here, Achilles. Kill this guy. Thank you. Astolfo can screw up though, that's okay. Alright. We'll go with the Achilles Brave Chain to make sure he's at 100% or 90%. I mean, hearts are useful because they're a pain to farm, and I don't have a billion of them. Like, I know for a fact getting hearts is a huge pain because they're rare drops, and I've never had 200 hearts. I've had a lot of hearts. Like, I've had like, I don't know, 50 hearts before, but I've never had 200 hearts. Just sitting there doing nothing, asking myself, why do I have so many damn hearts? Medals? Yeah, medals are a pain to come by. Thankfully, a lot of servants don't require too many medals. Like, there's a couple that require like 20 or something stupid. Like, there's like 20 on a single skill or something, but nothing like 70 as far as I know. I might be wrong. I haven't looked up knight medals in a while. Right. Let's have a look. Great knight medals. Great knight medals. What's the most someone like individually needs on a single skill? Elizabeth, Brave, and Okita J Soji require 30 each. Ooh, Okita requires 40 per. Okita J Soji requires 40 per skill. So does Brave Elizabeth. That's expensive. That's the most I think anyone requires. I see 20s. That's pretty expensive. Thankfully, one of those isn't out, and the other one is super rare. The last node gives claws and feathers. I know, I'm looking forward to the last node. Claws and feathers is going to be a great time for me, as I've done a lot of feather farming. The claws not so important, but the feathers, damn bro, 35% feathers. I'm all aboard. I'm on board just farming the feather node. Oof. I want to take the Achilles because he'll make me clear the node really fast. But +2 mic drops is fucking lit, man. I can't say no to that. Yeah. Yeah, we also don't get a lot of knight medals, you're right. We get a few here and there though. Like we've had a couple events recently where we got 20 or 30 for free. So I actually have like 60 knight medals or something silly like that. But the simple fact is, only one servant requires 40 per skill. So it's not as gross as it could be. Alright, this is going to be a little bit harder to clear, since Astolfo probably can't one-turn the third node. And we have to pull this off with, you're sitting on 400 medals, yeah. I mean, since so few servants actually require them, you're eventually gonna hit on a massive stack of them, right? Like, it's inevitable, you're going to have too many at some point. Is Nero Bride an event bonus? Damage bonus servant? No. Okay. So, I think we're gonna use our NP here to clear the wave. Yeah, we're definitely doing that because we have like an Astolfo quick chain here. What's the class for the last node? They should be archers. That is why everyone says get your goddamn lancers ready, cause holy shit. You're gonna need them. Okay, we can almost kill him in one shot. No, we could have killed him. We could have killed him in one go with Nero Bride. I didn't want to kill him. I was even thinking of putting the quicks first and doing the attack up because this turn. Gonna be interesting. Alright. Oh, interesting. Okay, we actually want to do this then. This level 10? Oh, it's good. Stars for the Sky is actually level 10. Perfect. Who cares about fake Celestes? I want to kill this guy in one turn. Yeah, Lancer is pretty rough. You're finished with the shop because you see medals and you can ignore it. Are there knight medals in this shop? Yeah, this lotto is really hard for me to 3-turn too. I mean, I literally just got my Ereshka Gal on her raid up, so I didn't have jack shit going for me in terms of ways to kill lancers. My best, or ways to kill archers. My best lancer before this event was a Nazah, and then below that was a Coup. Neither of which are good for 3-turning stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna aim for a 6 CE comp and just go for it. The requirements are also pretty high, like, I don't have the spreadsheet open, but I should. As I recall, based on the spreadsheet, you have some pretty steep requirements to 3-turn this node, or even get close to it with like a 4-turn. There's that stupid spreadsheet. Wait, what are the 3-turn comps? Okay. 3-turn 6 slots, Lancer Artoria, Aresh, and Waver with lots of RNG. Need 10% for Aresh or Lancer Artoria on wave 1. Plug Suit, Merlin, Waver, Lily. This would be doable if I had Lily, actually. I could just borrow the Merlin and Plug Suit. Still need 10% for Jailter and Aresh. That's pretty hard. These are all RNG, by the way. Yeah, borrowing Aresh is pretty easy. Parvati, double Waver. I mean, I have a Waver. I don't have a Parvati. I can't do that one. Bradamonte, Parvati, Scotty, and Waver. That's hard. I have to borrow 3 servants. Karna, Lancer, and double Waver. I feel like you could replace this. Can you not replace the Lancer for this setup? There might be something specific about Lancer Artoria, like the 20% refund here. You might need to replace it. Sometimes you can replace Lancer Artoria with... Most of the time you can replace Lancer Artoria with... Let's see. Most of the time you can replace Lancer Artoria. I think you might be able to replace Lancer Artoria. I don't think you can replace Lancer Artoria here. Can't actually tell what he's doing. Yeah, bonfire farming. Hokusai Lancer Artoria. Oh, you need Grailed NP2 Hokusai. That's a little bit expensive. I don't have NP2 Hokusai or Grailed Hokusai right now. My Hokusai is only NP1. I could try something like this. See how close I get. The traits might also matter. Okay. He's using... Oh yeah, we can check this. Waver, Lancer Artoria, RNG 10. So I'd need to RNG 30% if I tried to do something weird like this with Aresh. Alright. This one... Yeah, we might be able to pull this off. This is face carding with crits on turn 1 though. This is the... I think if I try with Aresh, this is the closest I can do. If I try this with Aresh, it's the closest I can do. 50 with Waver, 20 with Waver, and 50 with... That's actually overkill. Yeah, they're overkilling on this turn, right? I think I might be able to pull this one off. The question is how much damage I actually need. If I actually need NP2 Hokusai, I can't do it. Neutral damage, low native steroids, so NP2 or... NP1 or NP2 Hokusai without investments, like Gold Foes or Grails, doesn't work. Okay. They straight up say that in the text. So this one, you get very close, but you don't kill it because you don't have Grails. So I wouldn't be able to do this one, but I would probably get it in like 4 turns. 4 turns is okay. Double Waver Plug Suits, irritating. I mean, you can swap down to 5 turns. You can do 5 slots. 5 slots not okay, but most 5-slot compositions require K-Scope or MLB K-Scope. Like this one. Look, MLB K-Scope required. That's a fucking expensive 5-slot. Like, you thought 6 slots were bad for 3 turning. Fucking 5-slot with MLB K-Scope and double Scotty, that's rough. Double Scotty Parvati waiver. Oh, it's just more stable. Requires Drunk Jalther. You could maybe get away with not Drunk Jalther, but you'd need, like, something really good with NP damage on it. NP damage and 50% battery. I think Drunk Jalther is just pure attack, right? What is Drunk Jalther called? Holy Night Supper, that's what it's called. So I think it's just like 10 or 15% NP damage, right? Well, 15% NP damage? I mean, you can replace that. Yeah, with less CEs, you just have to keep scrolling to find stuff you can do. It gets easier, like... Okay. Most people probably have a Paracelsus. That's doable. That's partially doable. The MLB K-Scope's still pretty brutal, though. I'm gonna keep scrolling till I find something people can actually do. Yeah, Valkyrie's setup with double Scotty, pretty straightforward. Double Scotty Zerker lot. I mean, it's your standard double Scotty setup. You need bare minimum MP2 Zerker lot, that's fine. Double Scotty Zerker lot Paracelsus. But why? Oh, it's for people who don't have 2004, that's fair. There's one with Drunk Jalther. Holy Night Supper doesn't give you NP generation, that's actually just pure damage. Zerkerlot's skill 3 is used on wave 1 to refund 69% plus, since one Scotty will be swapped out. We use her defense debuff on wave 2 to swap in waiver. NP1 will only refund enough if Zerkerlot has 16,275 attack from Grails, Foes, Gold Foes, and CE attack stat. This one seems doable, although you might need slightly higher because that is a 15% NP damage up. So you need to either have like quick and NP damage and 50%, or you need really high NP damage, or you need like a level 100 or something. This one might be doable without a K-Scope. Assuming you have a Scotty and a waiver, but that's pretty expensive. Let's see. DS Fran, Evil Nurses. I mean, it's a Fran with an MLB K-Scope. That's pretty hard to come by, so I'm gonna skip that. Double Scotty, single K-Scope. That's kind of doable. Yeah, most double Scotty compositions are pretty straightforward, so I'm just continuing to scroll. Eresh Hokusai, double waiver. Yeah, requires MLB K-Scope. Skipping. Nidocris, double Eresh. That is a composition I didn't think of. You need 30% NP charge for an Eresh, though? That's insanely low chance. Yeah, your goal is to be like Arts NP with Nito's NP. That gives you 2 casters and 1 Eresh, and one of the Ereshes needs to have their arts card. Ereshigal has 1 arts card in her deck, by the way, so you need to pull one of those arts cards turn 1 to successfully 3-turn this. That's pretty rough. But I mean, that's actually very doable if you have an Eresh. You might even be able to pull this out with a Lancer or Toria instead of an Ereshkigal, as Ereshkigal doesn't have refund on her NP. And it's a 5-slot, so that's doable, I guess. Like, you have double casters. Well, you need... yeah, this is a pretty rough setup to do things. And then what do we have down here? Double... I guess it's a composition that doesn't require any of the traditional Scotty setups, but it still requires Scotty waiver. I mean, I can't do most of these setups. In fact, hold up. What can I do of these setups? I'm gonna... There's 4 slots, but I mean, at 4 slots, I almost want you to just face card. Like if you're 4-slotting, to consistently 3-turn, you may as well just 6-slot and face card. You were thinking of a Rash, Spartacus, Santa Alter, and then Jailter? The issue would be one of a Rash or Spartacus does not do enough damage to clear wave 2 reliably. These are 3-turn setups, specifically 3-turn setups. So if they can't consistently 3-turn, or they don't have a probability of 3-turning, they aren't listed here. Yeah, and a lot of the time you're right, they don't actually list a lot of the spreadsheets don't list some of the really janky shit. Like, I had a very, very RNG 3-turn with Nero Caster and Paracelsus for the Gilfest clear. And it worked. It worked, but you had to specifically have Nero be NP1, and you had to draw arts cards on NP2 and either crit or double arts cards in order to get it. And you had to run like plug suit specifically. So these guys, I think they have some thresholds for RNG, and they definitely don't include everything because like here's a million double Scotty comps. Does anyone not know Scotty compositions are good in 3-turning? I guess here's every variation of a Scotty composition. Why we needed those, I don't know. Some of these are okay at least. Like this at least is like a couple different compositions, but down here in the double Scotty comp it's kind of boring. Yeah, just do 7 turns or whatever. Like these are not the be all end all compositions. This is just some of the ideas people throw out there that they can consistently 3-turn with. Yeah, everything that has one Scotty is too many Scotties. I mean, if you don't have Waver, like, how many of these compositions don't include Waver, Merlin, or Scotty? Let's see. I'll keep scrolling until I find one that doesn't include one or both of them. There isn't one. Every single composition requires one of them. 2 or less. Let's see. This one works with 2 or less. The top one up there works with 2 or less, but you need both 50% battery lancers. This one works with 1 or less, but it's like MLB K-Scope. Like, holy shit. Who actually has an MLB K-Scope? Personally, like I said, I can maybe try for like a weird variation of this one. I'll try a weird variation of this one, assuming I can pull the damage, but like it said, you need NP2 Hokusai with Grails and Goldfoes, so I probably can't pull that one, but I'm going to try and do a janky version of it because I'm really close. That will probably be my first clear. And then I don't know what I'm doing for my second one, but I'm probably going to try and force... I'm just going to try and force a 6-slot. The only reason I would go below a 6-slot composition is if I have a reason to limit break my things, which, like I said, I'm 1 drop off of doing. Like... Oh my god, please. Level your Astolfo's skills. That's painful. Astolfo deserves rank 9 or 10 on his 3rd skill, no exceptions. You have a K-Scope? Halfway there. A K-Scope is doable. Yeah, you need to focus on... Yeah. Ozzy can do some work killing the last ones, right? Remember, like... do I still have that open? Hello. I can check the enemy composition. The enemy composition in the 3rd wave is 180,000 health, and then the other 2 have 44,000, so you can realistically kill the Moriarty and then just face card down the other 2 in like 1 or 2 turns if you have power mod advantage. It's not that bad. Oh. Oh. I'm already running my waiver. That was a mistake. Alright, well, this is gonna be interesting. I should have picked someone's. I should have picked that guy's Astolfo simply for class advantage damage. This is awkward. I forgot what my composition was and was like, oh, a waiver will be handy. Yeah. You can definitely just run Aussie. As long as you can get the Aussie to one-shot the Moriarty with like a Brave Chain or like just his NP if you're lucky, you'd be okay. Yeah, you definitely gotta spend a little bit figuring out what works for you. Really, the best thing the spreadsheets like that do, is give you a couple ideas of what servants people think are optimal for doing the role. And what people... Oh, perfect, we'll kill the next wave. And what people are actually trying to pull off. Like, one of the things I do for all the double Scotty comps, because I don't even own a Scotty, I completely skip them and I just look at what they're taking other than Scotty to see if the servant is actually someone who works without Scotty at all. Which, in that case, like, Lancelot doesn't work without Scotty, so there's no point even looking at him. But if they take out, like, you know, you can see that Lancer Artorian and Ereshkigal are pretty good farmers right here, so you can consider taking them. Obviously, you know, Raikou isn't amazing for you, but they didn't even mention that you could take Raikou and probably clear most of this shit. Like, Raikou is an AoE berserker, she does a shit ton of damage, she can probably pull out the numbers. Mind you, she has no battery, so if you'll want like an MLB K-scope with her, but you'll kill 2 waves and then you just need a face card to run them down. Yeah. No K-scope? That's fair. That's fair. K-scope is very hard to get a hold of. Oh, we almost one-shot the guy. We didn't even... Anyone could have done that. Okay, that's not too bad. This composition actually works okay. We got that done in 5 turns. That's pretty good. Alright, no one in this long list has MLB, so we'll take the Achilles. For the Castron, you just throw Iskandar and Aussie and throw cards, then NP the last wave. Yeah, that's usually what I do. Although what I try to do is like make sure that I have all my damage buffs out on the second wave before I kill them, so that I can cut down on the number of turns I spend face carding the second wave. Because you can easily waste a shit ton of time face carding shit down. Okay. So we actually have enough damage. We actually have enough here to clear the wave, so we just need to do whatever. Astolfo's cute costume, yeah. I like his costume. I don't want to invest the resources to get it, because one of the resources it requires I'm consistently low on. So I haven't done anything with Astolfo's yet. Astolfo yet. I just like acknowledge its existence, look at it, go, oh, I need lots of those. I'm not gonna spend that. I also kind of like, you nearly finished cleaning your room. You know what, I actually need to clean my room a little bit. I haven't like swept the floor in my room in a while, so it's probably a little bit dusty. I have like wooden floors. I'm like looking around at my computer and I'm like, If it's a little bit dusty on my computer that I regularly sweep in and around, it's probably a little bit bad in my room. I'm just not in my room often enough to notice. Yeah, who needs to sweep the floor? I mean, I could do that thing they do in anime, right? Where they just, in anime, where they just run along the floor with their hands on a cloth. I tried that once. Apart from being really uncomfortable, the cloth gets really dirty really fast and is basically unusable after like one line. I was actually kind of surprised. I did that like right after sweeping and I was like, damn, floor's really dirty still. We're almost out of bronze. We're almost out of bronze apples. That'll be 240 bronze apples spent. Ooh, an Okita Sochi, but she's not leveled to max. But she's NP2. She's not leveled to max, but she's NP2. This guy must appreciate this Okita. I'm gonna take Okita. Yeah, it's probably because the floor is so dirty. Yeah, I'm gonna probably start cleaning my floors actually after this stream. Although it'll probably be a longer. How long is this stream gonna be? It's been like 2 hours right now. I'm probably gonna go a couple more hours. Probably long enough that I can like reasonably start preparing for dinner while I clean the floors and shit. It's been a little bit since I cleaned stuff. I don't know. I would think I do. But someone who doesn't know how to clean their floors properly would also say that. You let others complain about it so much till they do it? That would work if I had guests over more often. But here's the problem though. I don't live with anyone. I don't have anyone else to complain about my floors. Especially in coronavirus season. So, it doesn't really happen. Okay, she has 25% on her battery. So the appropriate thing to do is focus on Astolfo's NP. Here, let me find it. Professionals have standards. I care about the fact that my floors aren't the cleanest. At the very least, I complain about the dust because I don't like it when my feet are dirty. If I'm like walking around barefoot. Like, I don't know about you, but I don't like having literal dirt on my feet when I'm walking around my own place barefoot. That feels disgusting. It's like if I need to like run water over my feet and clean dirt off it, your floor is too dirty. My floor is too damn dirty. It shouldn't even get to that point, in theory. Oh, Okita has no... Okay, Okita has no bonus power modifier this event. She might not be able to kill this. I just realized she had no power mod. So this might be a tough one for her. We'll see how it goes. I'm glad she's NP2, but let's see if she can pull this off. I mean, Okita pulls a ton of damage. So there is pretty good odds she kills this guy. She's awake. He lives? How much health is he on though? 92k, that's a tall order. We didn't even give her waivers buff. Okay, she could have pulled that off with waivers crit damage bonus. You need to level your Okita for CCC rerun. On the upside, she actually looped herself. Yeah, if we'd given her waivers buff, she would have killed that asshole. Alright. Round 2. Can we get the Sugoi beam? Yeah, it'll be my first time for CCC. I'm ready for it though. Well, ready as can be. I'd like to see it sooner than later. We have like 700 microphones. Got a few to go. Not enough bronze. Unfortunate. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the CCC event. That's gonna be good. Let's see. 100% power mod from Quetz. I'm not gonna question that. Yes. Kiara will be in the story. It's the event she's from, isn't it? I thought she released with that event. Oh, there's definitely a little bit of her in there. Alright, Quetz doesn't have an AoE NP, so this might not go as well as it could. End bosses are story required to finish CCC. Yeah, and? Most people are going to be caught up far enough to actually finish it. How far do you have to actually be to finish CCC? CCC requires you clear Solomon. That's perfectly acceptable. That's not even Lost Belt 1, that's Solomon. Like, it's lower requirements than this event. That's for sure. Yeah, for Halloween we had to clear Lost Belt 2, so... Yeah. I would say most people who are caught up are done with Lost Belt 3. I know a few people who aren't done, but I also know that they were people who started, like, Camelot last month. And they'll still have time to make it for CCC, they just aren't participating in these events. Is there any attack bonuses on this? Yeah, there is. This is just Star Absorb, right? And NP Gauge. Good enough. Alright, this is probably overkill. Yeah, reduced AP, yeah. Actually, is there a reduced AP for the 1.5 stuff as well? Alright, the legendary power bomb for 250k, okay. The box through PC hardware doesn't fit under your bed. I'm sorry to hear that. All my extra PC hardware is actually in my closet. My bed is... Actually, the place under my bed is completely empty. I don't store anything there. Although I probably could. I have some stuff. I have some boxes just sitting around here. In my living room. I'm surprised the box with your hardware doesn't fit under your bed, though. What do you have, what do you have? How big are the boxes? Use a laptop. Well, that's where you're going wrong. Yeah, well, laptop parts are smaller, and thus cost more because they have to try and fit more into a smaller space. They're not necessarily worse. Although they do sometimes compromise. They compromise in a lot of things for size. They usually have the right amount of actual power though, right? The box itself. 30 centimeters? That's a really tall box, what the heck? 30 centimeters? That's like more than a foot tall. Is it like an actual computer case? See you later, Shadow. "30 centimeters is exactly a foot. Your PC case is 24 centimeters big. Then how is the box bigger than your PC? Or maybe you're like putting all your PC parts in a box of a box? Like, I usually keep the original boxes for most of the current hardware I'm using. And that's where all my stuff... I just kind of pile them around there. So I have like my motherboard case, my video card case, all that stuff. None of it's going to be more than a foot tall though. Why am I looking here? Right, because I want... Right, because I'm a dumbass. Alright. You throwing them away? You see, I don't throw away them because I've actually had to RMA my video card before. In fact, the video card I'm currently using, I had to RMA at some point because it like died. It straight up just died. It was like 3 months into use and it was just like, no, we're gone. So I sent it back to NVIDIA, and thus I keep all my cases for my current hardware. Or all the boxes for my current hardware, because if you don't have the original box, you can't send it back for a free replacement. Well, that's fair. But for like new stuff that most PC hardware that you buy has a 1 or 2 year warranty attached to it by default, so if something dies, you can just send it back to the manufacturer and be like, yeah, it doesn't work, bro, fix it. And they'll usually send you either a new version or a refurbished version. Either way, it is usually a working version, which I'm perfectly okay with, because it's better than having a dead card for the new stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. I throw out the boxes for the old hardware. The stuff that's out of warranty or I don't use anymore. I guess I do have some of my old hardware. Hey, it's Xenon. No Astolfo cards turn 1. That's unfortunate. We just need to kill these guys. Alright. Who do I think's more likely to kill? Astolfo or Achilles? I think Achilles is more likely. Damn it! Damn it, Astolfo failed me. I'm gonna buy the material. I'm gonna buy your sailor uniform just so I can force you to wear that damn thing if you keep doing this to me. Alpha. Should probably use his attack up to make sure this guy's actually almost dead. Although any card should kill him at this point. How's the farming going, Xena? You finish all the shop materials off yet? We're just doing gold right now. I have everything else basically done. I guess I might need to farm a little bit extra of the bronze material if we end up needing to buy 2 of the gold foes in bronze materials, but other than that, I'm done. Achilles. Alright. I was right, that didn't work. I was trying to remember if he got a critical up damage somewhere, but he doesn't. Alright. You're about to start farming because you just woke up. That sounds good. A nice, lazy Saturday. Get to start farming late. Don't have to get up for work. Really enjoyable. We got the final node unlocks later tonight. It's a ways away though. It's like another 9 hours, so I'll probably be done streaming for the day before that happens. But getting all my gold materials is going well, even if I don't really need them. This is also the best node. Yeah, it's 8 hours and 37 minutes, which is basically 9 hours. Not tonight. Fair enough, you got... Fair enough, in 9 hours it's gonna be tomorrow for you. For me, that's still tonight, though. That's like around when you're supposed, where normal people get up for you, right? How close are we? 85%. Achilles actually needs to do some get some NP here. So we're gonna let him go after the fully healthy guy. Here we go. He only needed like 5%. Astolfo is a good rider for farming. You pulled Quetz from a YOLO ticket. Congratulations on pulling Quetz. She's a solid single target rider. Oh. I'm a little bit jealous you got, what, a single YOLO ticket? And a 5-star, that's pretty good. Pull Sit and I in 1 ticket. Yeah, if you're on a hot streak, why not throw a second YOLO ticket in? Add in the story banner and pull out a story limited servant. Things are that hot. I'd like a Sit and I. That would be nice. That's a lot of green cards. And a lot of low crit chance green cards. That's not good. You've expended your luck, so there's no chance. I understand that. There's like a day-long cooldown on getting good SSRs, right? At least a day. Possibly a month. None of you useless bastards crit. Alright. Oh, that's awkward. It's gonna be a 5-turn. Who's actually dealing more damage? Quetz or Ozzy? Oh, that's a good question. 5 years? Your luck has a 5-year cooldown? So you're saying you've never gotten anything since you started playing the game, Mordred? Who does more damage, Quetz or Ozzy? I think Ozzy would deal more damage in theory. Because he has Imperial Privilege and Charisma B. Quetzalcoatl has Charisma A+, which is like 2% higher than B. I guess she has Buster Up. I don't know what her Buster Up is. It'd have to be like 25 or higher. And then she'd need to have... If it was anything lower, she'd need to have higher attack stat. If it's 25-ish, if it's like 25 or 28, she'd need... Might be ahead. I mean, during this event, she's obviously ahead. NPC on burn. NPC on decreased defense. Can't store luck because low capacity. So he's like the opposite of Saber, who has a ridiculous mana capacity. He's very low capacity. Hey, it's Lightspeed Purple. Haven't seen you in a bit. Mordred has like the weirdest luck though. Mordred got a good number of 5 stars, but not the 5 stars he was looking for this year. Just been farming? Good shit. Like we're all farming these days. That's what the lottery does to you, man. Oh, it's going okay. We're down to just farming gold out. Like, we are either farming gold or tickets, and that's what we're getting, so it's all good. Achilles needs NP. Either that or Astolfo needs 30% NP. Not too great for us here. I think I'm going to intentionally try to fail to kill one of these guys. Like, Astolfo's Buster probably kills the aggressive tipster, and his arts almost certainly doesn't, but we're a little bit low, I think, on NP. Like, this gauge increase. Okay, we're actually just made it. My bad. Actually just made it. Never mind. A few servants from APOC you need. Is one of them Achilles? Achilles? Astolfo? Mordred? A lot of good servants from Apocrypha. So you got your Quetz. So we got 2 people who got Quetz today. Congratulations. Achilles spooked you on your Mordred rolls. That sucks. That sucks. Achilles should know better than to show up where he's not wanted. You're saying if I try, I'll get Quetz in 3 tickets if I start rolling now? If you pulled in 1 and someone else pulled in 2, clearly 3 is the next logical step. How much did you have to throw to get Quetz? $60 quartz. 60 quartz isn't bad. 960. Oh my god, we have so far to go. I'm just sitting here like, I could really use the Quets. You have a new bed outside your room. Alright. Mordred or Achilles is the main character. Achilles didn't really change much in Apocrypha, so I don't think he would have been a good character. He's also like really strong relative to all the other servants, so I don't think he would have been an exciting main character. Mordred, on the other hand, I feel like she had somewhere to go and character to develop, so she would have been a good character to follow around. All right. Damn, Mustafa, that's a lot of NP. Yeah, he's a good boy, but he's not suited to be a main character. I'm with Snow. He just doesn't scream main character to me. I mean, you could do it. You could have Achilles as a main character or something, but I don't think the story of Apocrypha would have been the best place for him to be the main character in. Okay. Nero Bride needs 1% more. That's awkward. I was gonna use Nero Bride to go after the legendary tipster, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Or doesn't seem to be working out here. Alright. Not going to work out unless someone randomly smacks him. Alright. He was a good enemy. You're right, you're right. Amakusa Shura was a good enemy for our protagonist to fight. Yeah, having above 600 Acorns is, if you're not having to roll it, it's pretty good. Yeah, Amakusa Shura is a good villain with a solid motivation, even if I don't agree with him or his methods. Yeah, that's a lot of storing up St. Quartz is nice to have, but I swear, like, every time I store up St. Quartz, it means that my next rolls are going to be really brutal. One reroll. Don't really want most of these servants. NP 4, but level 70. Not really impressing me. Whatever. Yeah, he had a good plan. Not the best plan, but it's a plan. You won't be cleaning forever. You only really have to clean once in a while, right? Alright, I think we're gonna try using Astolfo and then Martha. Martha's NP4. but she doesn't have bonus damage. Oh, we use Martha for the second wave then, maybe. Alright. Martha has 100% power mod, right? So she's actually probably better than Astolfo for killing shit. That's why my train of thought's saying Astolfo clears the next wave. Alright. Ah, it's clothes. I always hate putting clothes away. A lot of effort for not a lot of reward. Like a pointless uphill battle. I mean, his end goal sort of works, it just doesn't work out in a way you want to acknowledge it, and damn, we did way less damage than I was intending because I forgot to equip waivers buffs. Thank god Astolfo is an absolute beast and pulled through for me, holy shit. I believe these other ones are purely defensive. This one cleanses debuffs and heals? Yeah. Okay. Alright, Saint Martha. Don't screw up. Okay, she could have actually killed him. She had like 120 FK, that's not bad. Why would he have to do testing? The point of the Grail is that it can realize the wish, you just have to know how you want the wish realized. And he knew exactly how he wanted it done. He wanted to materialize everyone's souls in such a way that blah 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 would happen. And that's what it was going to do. It would sort of work, right? A lot of people, a lot of servants I don't want. Guess they're somehow taking this character. Why would he have to do testing? That's the point of the Grail. It doesn't screw up that part. Like the Grail in Apocrypha actually works. Oh, you found your team to 3-turn the JP caster node? That's good. I like 3-turning, but what I like more than 3-turning is actually, is getting 6-slot compositions. And usually I can't 6-slot with 3 turns. So I'm stuck doing shit like this. Alright. All the attack downs. I do not like attack downs. These ones are actually pretty solid attack downs too. They're like 80%. They're like 40% or something. They're actually not insignificant. You forgot Maria the Ripper exists in Apocrypha. Yeah, little Jack. You forgot there was Lolly Jack that just kind of runs around and does stuff while ignoring the actual story. He's like, yeah, there's a story going on, but have you ever considered murder? Murder seems fun. I'll try murder. That's a neat trick. Jack just kills like a whole pile of random ass people for no reason. Because she likes killing people. That was a long side quest. And I'm glad they took the time in that side quest. They spent a while developing Mordred's character. And that's one of the only reasons she turned out really well, is that they went in to fight her. Yeah, Jack is pretty boring, but Jack was a good opportunity. Yeah, maybe. Jack's pretty strong. I mean, yeah, that is what assassins are supposed to do, right? Assassins are supposed to try and kill the master and not be fighting in combat. Yeah, Jack would probably lose to Shiro. Yeah, you're right. Shiro's a ruler. That would be a tough fight. But most of the other masters could be killed. I mean, you could still assassinate Sieg. As long as he doesn't transform, you can still, like, chop his head off or rip out his heart and leave. Before he can do anything useful. But yeah, Jack's master is not a master. She's just someone... She doesn't even have magic, right? Yeah, Semiramis would be a tough fight too, but... Semiramis is another assassin. And in a normal Grail War, Semiramis wouldn't have her Hanging Gardens because it's unfeasible to make it in a normal Grail War. Oh, the Old Master. Yeah, Jack's Old Master also sucked. Yes, yes. The person who actually summoned him, who is like a shitty mass murderer, or a shitty person who wanted to sacrifice the person we know as Jack's master, summoned Jack. Oh, his old master was mentioned. His old master's the one who Jack murdered when she got summoned. Yeah, his old master is pretty shitty. Or her old master is pretty shitty. The old master shows up more in the light novel? Okay. I mean, I'd say like several assassins don't get used properly in half of Fate. Like, okay, let's see. The classic assassin in Fate. Who is that? Sasuke Kojiro, the assassin. When the assassin's class goal is to murder masters, Sasuke Kojiro literally can't leave a fucking gate. He has literally 10 feet of movement, and he can't go anywhere else. So he's a terrible example of this servant. Then we have, like, from Zero, we have 100 Faces, and instead of intelligently using 100 Faces to snipe masters, we have Kotomine and Tokiomi working together to ensure Tokiomi wins by sacrificing 100 Faces for basically no reason. Yes. And then we also have Cursed Arm Assassin, who actually does a good job. He manages to kill like 5 fucking servants by himself. By kiting them into stupid shit. He manages to kill Sasuke Kojiro. He manages to kill Madei, although he took her master hostage. But I mean, that's playing like a good assassin. He manages to kill Lancer. He manages to beat Archer by getting advantage on him. He does a pretty fucking good job. And then he randomly gets wrecked by Kotomine, but... I mean, yeah, he'd have a hard... Like, if he'd gone after Shiro, he probably would have been able to accomplish that too, but... He didn't until... Well, I mean, he did, and he tried to, but then he ran into Ryder, right? Or, yes, he ran into... No. What was that? Soken went after Shiro. What am I thinking? Archer was doing okay against him, but he did the same thing he did with Lancer... And because he can control the darkness... Yeah, he can control the black shit, right? Because he can control and is never targeted by the Grail, he just directed the Grail's attacks to Archer like he did with Lancer. I mean, he still does okay, because he kills Sasuke and Madei without the black-shaped monster. So, I mean, he gets 2 servant kills by himself, with no support whatsoever. And he managed to, like, take Madei's master hostage in her own fucking stronghold. When, like, casters the class about sitting there playing defensively. And if you've read Hollow Ataraxia, she literally does nothing but build magical traps for anyone who tries to come at you. Like you can maybe say that he only bested Lancer and Archer because of the black-shaped monster, but the fact that he can control the black-shaped monster and it never attacks him is an advantage of him in and of itself, because he isn't using his presence concealment on it as he's visible. It straight up ignores him and attacks other people. So the fact that he can, like, manipulate it to attack people on command, like when he was fighting Saber, means he's got a pretty strong advantage. Like, if he was in a normal Guerrilla War, he'd probably find another way to use it, even if the black thing didn't exist. Like, I don't know how he does that. Maybe they explain it in the visual novel. I haven't gotten that far, but, you know, maybe he can control magical creatures or some shit, and that's why he can do it. Cursed Arms NP is pretty good. Assuming you have a heart, Cursed Arms NP is pretty fucking good. I mean, in theory, it's actually... I mean, in theory, Ku's is better. Because Ku is able to... Ku's, in theory, always pierces your heart and kills you. Cursed Arms literally just makes a copy of your heart, assuming it hits you. It has to hit you in the first place, so it can fail. And then you actually have to have a heart. And then you actually have to be killed by losing your heart. And he actually has to crush your heart to destroy it. Like, there's a lot of failure points if he misses, or if you cut his arm off when it's reaching for you. Maybe the thing's focused on attacking servants which are more pure? True Assassin is pure. That's like, he's the real assassin, not the weird fake one that Koshiro is. He's kind of evil, but he's evil obviously, but he is a real assassin, right? Oh, that was a mistake. He's only in the Grail War because the Grail's corrupted? I thought Hassan was the default assassin who always got summoned. Like, I thought a Hassan always got summoned unless there was a reason not to summon a Hassan for the assassin slot. And he's a Hassan, so he would get summoned. Like, Sasuke is supposed to be the aberration because the default is supposed to be a Hassan. Yeah, Hassan is the default assassin. It's stated in the assassin class. You have to actually have a relic to avoid getting a Hassan. Like, if you just try to summon an assassin, because Hassan is the root of the word assassin, by summoning assassin without a specific assassin in mind, you're invoking Hassan's name, so you get a Hassan. It may not be Cursed Arm, it might be 100 Faces, or that weird one that Shinji summons in Prisma Ilia, or whatever, but you'll typically get a Hassan. He's always summoned there, but only because the Grail's corrupted. Maybe. We haven't seen a natural summoning with an uncorrupted Grail that didn't result in a Hassan. Where people didn't use things. Which assassin would be summoned otherwise? No, that was the explanation given, I thought. That you always got a Hassan because Hassan's an assassin. Hassan is literally the name assassin. It's like Jack got summoned from a pure grail because they had a relic to summon Jack. Other assassin was Semiramis. I don't know what the conditions for summoning Semiramis or what they did, just that they got a Semiramis. Like, during Apocrypha, everyone had a relic specifically for summoning the servant they thought would let them win, so I don't think it's a good example of someone blindly summoning. Yeah, that's frustrating. I can sympathize. I'm playing through Heaven's Feel, right? The playthrough resumes tomorrow. We'll see. Go like the stars, Tarask! $1,200. Man, it's slow going. Considering well, I can't tell whether Shootin likes you or hates you, but she was playing with your organs for giggles a while ago. So I'm gonna say probably a bad thing. Shootin's pretty dangerous. I also wouldn't trust any alcohol she gives you. It means she likes you. Alright. He has an interesting way of showing affection. But I typically like it when my organs aren't being rearranged by someone. By someone at random, you know. Am I weird for liking that? Maybe. I personally like all my organs in place, or at least in working condition. It's a real pain to have to heal yourself if you ever had to do that. I don't remember Shimosa enough to remember if she's actually helping you by doing that. Yeah, she was talking and providing useful exposition during that time. Oh, is that the reason you survived the crazy shit that happened in the city? Because she was messing with your organs so you would survive? Sometimes I forget random details like that because they weren't immediately significant, or like I acknowledged them and then moved on from them after seeing it. Yes, typically when you summon someone, you get someone that aligns with your personality if there's no other influence. However, Assassin is unique because summoning Assassin is directly invoking Hassan's name. Like, if you make a summon for an assassin, you get... For other classes, you get someone. For that, you get the Hassan that's closest to you, because assassin is... Oh, it's the reason we can contact Chaldea again? That's interesting. For shooting? Either that or a drunk college girl. Serenity smooches. For Jack, you would be an oddly specific serial killer that somehow aligns with what Jack likes to kill and why. Yeah, Jack calls you her mother. Wouldn't that be most owning servants? You just have to not care about humans? Except for Tomoe. Tomoe cares about people. What do I have to do to summon Tomoe? Do I just have to play more video games and Tomoe will be summoned? I'm doing my best. That's my whole goal in life. We'll summon a cute Oni archer named Tomoe. Okay, my son Tomoe. I'd be okay with getting Tomoe. Oh no, wrong card. Ah shit, wrong target. Fuck. I want to target the legendary tipster. This is a waste of epic proportions. Oh my god. Waver got defense up too. Oh, there's like no way that guy dies. Oh, I screwed that up. Tomoe would fit as a gaming goddess. And to get Jack, like killing women, have huge issues with mothers. Yeah. Weird restrictions, but okay. 181k. That's a lot of damage. Astolfo. Damn, bro. I forgot how much damage Nero Bride gave to people. That was a lot. And another heart. How many hearts do I have? Over 100. How can you summon Ku? Your bro Ku? Summon him the same way he was summoned in Fate's Day Night. Use his earrings. Ku is summoned via his earrings in Stay Night. The main Ku. I don't actually know how Prototype Ku is summoned. I think they used a fragment of his lance to summon him, because that's your thing. Gift. I had to get them. Yeah, just go buy them. Like, come on, just buy a relic. It's no big deal. That's what most servants do. That's how most people end up getting their servant, right? You have to have E-Luck in Grand Order to summon Ku. Berserker Jack. Oh, interesting. I forgot to use Astolfo's battery. That was a mistake. Anyone who has E-Luck in Grand Order gets their own Ku. That's cool. Oh, Berserker Jack? Yeah, Berserker Jack's pretty strong. Tell you what his actual Berserker class looks like. It probably looks like him as normal, with a frowny face. Maybe he'll use a sword in maybe he just uses his fists in Berserker. Because him in Caster is just him in robes with a stick, right? So what would he look like as a Berserker? Probably a shirtless coup. Shirtless coup. Probably using fists. Would probably also whine that he doesn't have his lance. Do you really want whiny coup just sitting there being like, man, life would be so much better if I was in my Lancer class. If I was in my Lancer class, I'd be able to kill this guy in 5 minutes flat. Man, if I had my lance, everything would be easier. That's exactly what he spends half his time in Fuyuki doing, whining about not being Lancer. No, Berserker Coup in Grand Order looks completely different. Yeah, I can see it now. Berserker Coup whining about not having a lance, runs into the actual Lancer and wrestles him for his lance. He's like, I want a lance, goddammit, give me one of these things. Commands feel to force him to kill himself if he whines about not being a Lancer. They're like, you want to be a Lancer so bad? Alright, kill yourself. Maybe next time you get summoned, you'll be a Lancer. An entire squad of coups. What classes is he eligible? He's eligible for like half the classes in the game, right? Like, he's actually eligible for a stupid number of classes. Lancer, Caster, Berserker. I swear he's eligible for Saber, isn't he? Where are eligible classes for servants listed? Qualified servant classes. Spartacus is the one servant you kind of wouldn't want to summon. Spartacus would be hard to control. Okay, Ku is eligible for 6 of the 7 main classes. He is ineligible for only the Assassin class. He is eligible for Lancer, Caster, Berserker, Rider, Saber, and Archer. God damn, man. I wanna see a few more variations of Ku. We're missing freaking 4 of them. Wait, his stats are actually increased on the Moon Cell? In Extella and Extra, he actually has higher endurance than he does in Day Night. Someone cast your shields and ask him to summon Jalter. You clearly weren't paying attention during Grand Order. The only reason Jalter was summonable was because he used the Holy Grail, which means he needs to win the Holy Grail War to get Jalter. And you wouldn't get the good Jalter. You wouldn't get Chuny Jalter. You wouldn't get Jalter who needs to surpass her regular self. You'd get the crazy Dragon Witch version he summoned in the first one. Jalter Lee. And here's the thing, they already have Saint graphs for those, so you could actually just straight up summon Jean Alter. You just need to have a way to reach her. Yeah, first we have to create Jean Alter to summon Jean Alter. And then you need to summon Gilgamesh so you can get a youth potion so that you can turn her into Jailter? Is that your goal? Is that your goal? To create Jailter? Sometimes we have to work for the good waifus. Yeah, no big deal. We're just gonna summon like 5 servants. No, it's going straight. Go directly to jail. Do not pass to. Go. Do not collect $200. No, in theory those servants exist, because in theory the servants already exist, right? They already have a saint graph and a spirit origin, so you could maybe just straight up summon Jean Alter. You just need to figure out how the fuck to meet the conditions to summon her. And how to avoid getting regular Jean in a different class instead. Just use a Grail to summon her easy. Poor guy who summons Spartacus. 5 minutes into your conversation with Spartacus, he just decides to take off and fight oppression by himself. You're like, well, I guess this is my life now. We're gonna first stop the oppressive Grail from forcibly summoning servants. Uh-oh. Then we're gonna collect the Grail. Oh, no, Spartacus, don't run off that way. We're gonna free people from the confinements of gravity. Nursery Rhyme is a book. The only people who are scared of nursery rhyme is scared of are people who burn books, like a certain ruler whose name starts with a Q, but sounds like it starts with a CH. $289 health, god damn it. Besides, Nursery Rhyme is also a series of very old books. By this logic, Nursery Rhyme is actually older than you are, as she includes Alice in Wonderland. And how old is Alice in Wonderland? Shakespeare would be useless. Everyone who summons Shakespeare would regret it at some point. Just summon Kama. How old is Kama when you summon her? Nobody knows. She changes her age depending on what ascension stage she's in. Seems safe. Well, Kama is best Kama. She might be. And that's simply because I think older Kama has some weird proportions. I haven't used her enough, but from what I've seen, it feels like older Kama has some weird proportions going for her that makes me a little bit weirded out. I will hopefully get a copy of my own Kama to figure out if that's actually true, or it's just like the occasional fan art I've seen. The artist wasn't as good as I thought they were. I like how we just smack Tarask on the ass and send him flying into people like a bowling ball. Like, I'm just gonna backhand Tarask so hard that he kills like 20 people. My anti-army noble phantasm. I just kick Tarask into my opponents. You're ready for the comma banner? Gonna be a rough banner. That banner's not even that far off, is it? That's like end of January, isn't it? Or something like that? It's actually much closer than I thought it was. Ruler Martha beats the shit out of... Ruler Martha beats the shit out of a lot of people. That seems to be her whole thing, if you didn't notice. Why be reasonable when you can just punch people? Prove yourself the ultimate saint of punching people. Okay, Astolfo is gonna get perfect. How strong would Inshun really be? I don't know. You know, people only believe in that religion until you disappear, right? Or you're out of the room, if you're gonna do that. She should know that. Fists are not a good method of reliably proselytizing your beliefs. You don't turn anyone to your side like that. Oh, I have no doubt she would beat you up anyway. Yeah, but most religions didn't start out with the violence. They start out by convincing people to join them. Then they become hella violent. Like, for example, Christianity got started spreading mainly started spreading in Rome because they accepted everyone, including the common folk, and put everyone on an equal footing, and destabilized the Roman Empire. And then they got violent a few hundred years later when they had religiously justified it because their teachings couldn't reconcile their teachings with aggressive warfare policies, which is also why the Roman Empire collapsed, because they didn't realize that their new system of religion was incompatible with with their economic setup. The Roman Empire is set up to function on a regular influx of slaves and expansion. And if you stop doing both of those things, because war is wrong, you get into a bit of a problem. You're into a bit of a problem, namely, you need war to fund your economy. Yeah, you can just convince enough people. If you manage to convince enough people, some people might actually believe it. But like these days, not a lot of people are being convinced by force to join the religion. Or like, I'm not talking, oh sorry, I should be specified, I'm not talking about these days when atheism is on the rise. I'm talking about 50 years ago when a lot of people believed in it, and a lot of people were born into it. And that didn't have anything to do with too much violence. People just generally believed it was the right thing.
わかりました。君の真の力を見せてみろ。バグリフ。行くよ。祈ります。奇跡、はい、行くぞ。リヴァイアさんの今は人を守りし流星となれ。タラスク。
I like the color of the explosion that Tarask makes. Of course. Exactly, Mortra. It's a highly efficient strategy. But it begins by convincing people to follow it, and not by killing them. You just start the killing later. Because no one will join your shitty cult if you just murder people who aren't in your cult and are known as a mass murderer. You justify all of the murder later, and that's how you maintain your legacy. Small groups are easy enough to come by, that seems right. Yeah, that seems about right. Get a small group. Get a small group, get to stabbing, found a religion. I feel like you still need a fairly sizable group to do that. Like, you can't just do it 10 people, you need like a few hundred at least. To have some real momentum, but yeah. That's when you get going. Depending on the time? Yeah, that seems about right. Depending on time and concentration, and how much influence you really hold. Because, like, 500 years ago, if you changed religions, you could literally force every single if a leader changes religions, they can literally force every single person in their country to also change religions. You're never gonna join a cult. I mean, lots of people are in cults, they just don't think about it. We don't have as many religious cults these days. We have ideological cults. And those are pretty popular, to be honest. Yeah. Anyone can find idiots on the internet who believe in that, they say. That's why we have flat earthers. I mean, like, anti-vaxxers are clearly led astray, but flat earthers, it's like, how do you can literally disprove that by getting on a fucking plane. Or, you know, using a hot air balloon, or looking at any footage of literally anything anywhere. But that doesn't mean you wield actual power these days, right? Flat Earthers are something different. Conspiracy theorists. Or do you think they're ironic? You can make a religion out of Jean's thighs. What if I want to make a religion out of Ereshkigal's thighs instead? Can we no longer speak to each other if that's the case? I'm just curious. I'll fight you. I'm sad to hear it's coming to this, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, we're 8 off of capping the claws. Alright. Don't sully the Holy Maiden. You could call it a crusade. Or an honor killing. Any number of wonderful things. Should I start opening boxes? I got 6k, that's like another 10 boxes. Day is full. You see, with enough religious literature, you can justify anything. So what do you guys... This lottery seems really straightforward, but the Japanese lottery is really weird. It like requires you to open boxes to progress in the story. Most of Flat Earthers are trolls. There's some conspiracy theorists and there's actual Flat Earthers. Out of moneymakers, idiots, and people who don't believe proof that other people show them. Okay. For a good example of an ideological cult that people actually believe, though, I would probably... since there's no religion associated with it, I would actually use social justice. SJWs as an ideological cult. Much like you could consider, say, Nazism or communism. An ideological cult, depending on how serious people are about the beliefs of said ideology. Yeah, I just wish you could open the whole pool at once. It is kind of annoying having to open them one at a time. You would think you could easily prove it's round, and you can these days. Mathematically proving it is harder for other people, though. I mean, the easiest way to prove the Earth is round is to fly east, right? Sure. Just fly east or west to prove the Earth is round, but that would be difficult. That would... Yeah, you have to let other people prove it for themselves. Fair enough. So I said the easiest proof is to get on a plane and fly east or west, and realize that you can land. It's possible to land at the same time you took off because the Earth is actually round, and you can like literally just fly it east, endlessly have day, depending on your timeline. The Earth is as flat as your chest. Snow's trying to tell us something, I think. If Snow would also be a lolly, I'd maybe be interested. Oh. Is Snow an anime character now? I'm confused at that. I'm as confused as Snow at that line of dialogue. That line of text. Alright. I guess we just keep opening boxes. We're not anywhere near full. Give me these fangs. Look at those things. You're only interested if you're an anime character and a lolly. Oh, okay. Because he said he was flat, I see. Apparently if you're short, you don't meet the requirements. You'd be ashamed of that. Right. I'm gonna clear out some of this box before it gets too full. The real suffering begins now. I guess we'll leave 3 stacks in. 3 gold is probably enough to... Oh, there's a 4 gold. 3 or higher on gold is enough that we probably won't run out of space. Be an anime character anytime. Thanks to the magic of technology, you can in fact become an anime waifu at any time. It just costs a few $1,000s to commission a custom digital avatar. You too can become a VTuber and be the ultimate anime girl. Doesn't count. Oh, Akai's been away for this whole conversation? Welcome back, Akai. To a very strange topical derailment where we were talking about cults and then flat earthers. And then Snow interjected that the world is as flat as their chest. Yeah, basically, that's where we're at. The conversation has taken a very strange turn. That's what happens when you're mindlessly opening chests. It's very dangerous. I should probably stop. Yeah, it's just the usual weird internet nonsense. Oh look, I have like 10 Saint Quartz just hanging out here. Really? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? I actually have 11 Saint Quartz. Alright. I'm okay with this. Give me all the Saint Quartz. Cool. We're full on Saint Quartz. Awesome. We're full on XP stuff. Alright. Since she's so easy to get stuff for, we may as well just get her XP. Why not? I'm not planning on burning these for mana prisms yet. Well, I still have stuff to spend it on, so... You finished cleaning your room finally, congratulations. I like Quetz's voice, it's very relaxing. Alright. That was a greater super, by the way. We weren't gonna make it. Okay. Oh, she uses masks to level up. Where do the other 3 masks go? Gather rate and star drop rate. Okay. It's target at least, but that's not an amazing skill. At a glance at least. Hopefully her other skills are more impressive. We've already heard her level up sound a few times. I mean, technically speaking, if you scaled the Earth to a marble, the marble would be rougher, right? If you scaled the Earth to the size of a marble, the marble would actually be rougher than the Earth, right? I believe I've read that somewhere. Relatively speaking, the Earth is very flat. Yes and no. Well, there is more you can take off, but I mean, these ribbons can go. The jingle bell light things can go. The necklace can go. There's a lot you can take off there. The marble is more rough, but also more round. How much rounder is the marble? When do we see the inclination if the angle is 1/1,000,000th of a degree? Yeah, the Earth spins. Okay. So it's more like... okay. So it's more like a spheroid than a sphere. That makes sense. Okay. How do you see the inclination of the angles of 1/1,000,000th degree? There's a few ways to test that. One is to get... like, there's a few ways to test the angle. Well, some of them would require acting from the assumption that you're on a sphere, though. Otherwise, and using Occam's razor to prove that you're on a sphere, which is difficult. Yeah, the Earth of the marble. Christmas Tactics EX. Foster card effectiveness, C-star gather rate.
試合の時だけでいい？そうですか。残念です。
Wait, how much gold XP do we have sitting on us right now? Maybe enough to hit 70. I don't actually want to do that. I need to check other servants first. As long as she's like above 50, we're probably good. Alright, Arash is good on XP. Anyone I desperately want to level here? I have a few servants that really needed XP, so I'm just making sure that none of the key servants are missing anything. Rider should be a good class. Martha we can probably touch on later. Caster, we've already gotten Cersei maxed out. We need to do Sieg at some point, but we won't do that right away. Everyone here is probably okay. Berserker is also set up, although I'd like to do you in a bit. Last is Ellie-chan. Oh, our Anastasia, she's sad, yeah. We'll get to Anastasia in a second. Mecha Ellie-chan is our current priority. Because Mecha Ellie-chan only has to go to 80. They also don't trust themselves. Listen, most people who are actually flat earthers do not exactly have science degrees or a willingness to accept the work of others, so they would need to prove gravity and the existence of fundamental forces by themselves. Or actually, since you're a physicist, you probably know gravitation is probably something else, so I'm gonna shut my mouth now. Trust no one, not even yourself. Exactly right. It's very hard to prove the Earth is flat. Which peoples? There's been a lot of people who tried to prove the Earth is flat and proved it round. I have to look at gravitation. Ah. Okay. It's easy to disprove gravity. Assume gravity is false and that Newton's laws don't apply. Mission accomplished. And then only allow high school science experiment tier things that can be verified with the naked eye. But disregard anything you've seen with your own eyes, including, you know, the curvature of the Earth from a satellite. It's easy if your burden of proof for disproving known scientific principles is stating that you don't believe in it. If the Earth was always accelerating, wouldn't gravity be increasing? Or something along those lines be endlessly incrementing? Maybe not gravity. That wouldn't make a lot of sense. They just... I wouldn't... I don't know enough of it. I feel like a lot of flat earthers have different degrees of belief in science. Yeah, if we're continuously accelerating, we would have a change in something, right? That would be noticeable and trackable. there would be... I mean, in theory, yeah, we wouldn't be able to visibly notice an increase in speed. If we were, that would be horrifying. It would be very difficult to notice because we're rotating around a star, which is rotating around the center of a galaxy, and inside that entire system, we wouldn't notice it because we're relatively slowly moving. Gravity affects you in different heights. That's true. Gravity is slightly different up in the mountains than it is in valleys, right? I believe a stupid counter-argument to this that I don't believe would be like, if you are further down, or you are higher up, I'll start with the higher up. If you are higher up, wouldn't the argument be that there is less air on top of you, and therefore you are pushed down with less mass? Rather than gravity being a fundamental force of the universe, and that large amounts of mass pull you downwards with increasing magnitude as you get closer to the center. I mean, I'm just assuming that... I mean, I'm just making a counter argument that a flat earther would make. I don't actually believe that. Listen, if people believe the earth is flat, they can believe a lot of really stupid shit. I'm just gonna keep rolling. How many boxes do I want to open before... I guess I'll just keep opening until I run out of space. You're saying they use scientific methods depending on the flat earther. The exciting content of opening boxes, so I don't have to open a million boxes in a row. Yeah, that isn't a bad philosophy, Dusty. There's a lot of really dumb people. And a lot of computer illiterate people. I can understand that issue. Heck, even when I see computer illiterate people trying new programs, sometimes they do really stupid shit. And those are people who are presumably smart and have written their own programs before. Alright, finally cleared out the next 10 boxes worth of materials. So on a less flat Earth oriented note, what do you guys think about that interesting mechanic of the Karna Christmas event, which has you open boxes to progress the story? And if a friend has the event CE first time MLB'd in 3+1 copies. That is pretty lucky. I'm not quite there yet. 0 CE drops. That's rough. There we go. I've officially emptied 16 boxes. Now I can confidently say how many boxes I'm at without anyone questioning it. Oh, that sucks though. That's a lot of extra copies. That's like 3 or 4 extra copies. I'm pretty close to that actually. I'm pretty close to having that many extra copies. I think I'm like 1 behind that. I'm like 1 or 2 behind that. I have a lot of... I've had several copies of the event CE drop. Yeah, if you don't get the CE, that's frustrating. Sorry, you're not getting the CEs. Bad RNG. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't cap on XP there. Yep. Found a video this should explain stuff better than you do. Flat Earth science wrong but not stupid. References, alright. I'm probably not gonna show that on the stream. Pause. But I'm gonna look at it later. I have it open in a tab right beside all my chat windows. Alright, Mecha Ellie-chan. I think we're gonna get Mecha Ellie-chan done, then we're gonna get Anastasia, then we'll get Ruler done. And then we can finally get back to farming. How many bonus drops? Oh, he said he hasn't had any CE drops, so his bonus is probably the 4 or 5 by default. Like 4, right? Like 2, 2, 1? Like 2, 1, 1? So it should be +4. Alright, how much more do I need? Can't be that much more. 15? Alright, we're done. Mecha Ellie-chan's finally maxed out in terms of level. You get approximately 110 per run, resulting in 6 runs per box. Well, just less than 6 runs per box, but we can't we're rounding up because you need 6 runs. So you'd actually get 385 per apple, yeah. I was gonna say, if you're getting 110, you actually get 6 runs per box, but if you do 60 times 110, I believe you get an extra box. So you actually get 11 boxes in 100 runs. Not bad. Alright, we're gonna finish off Anastasia at that lonely 87 out of 100. She's done good work, and her performance in this event was amazing. I loved that. When she actually showed up in the event, she was amazing. Great job, Anastasia. Really liked your performance in that. She definitely deserves better than being half-leveled. Oh, that's actually a short level up line. Alright. I was expecting, like, a short essay. 160 apples per 100 boxes. I didn't say a lot of apples.
Mm-hmm.
28. Wow, that's a terrible amount of attack. I know it looks nicer to have level 90s, but it doesn't feel good to be getting like 28 attack per level. Backpack Ivan. Incoming. He's got to have the muscle mass to lift Ivan, right? Alright, there, she's 90. I almost clicked the Palingenesis button and was like, oh no, we're done, we don't need to go any further. We've done our part with her. We did say we would do Ruler first before Sieg. We're not planning on using Sieg for farming right now, so we don't really need that. However, we have double XP for Quetz, so we should take maximum advantage of that. And maximize our advantage for that. We'll level her up. I know, isn't it great? Isn't it great, Snow? Has anyone not played the story from today yet? Because that was great. If you haven't, I can provide a wonderful picture for you to use as an illustration of what happens in our wrestling match that just happened. Provided to you. Weren't you in at the start of the stream? I thought you were in at the start. Oh. Wasn't? Well, I know you. Alright. I'll dredge it up again. For Mammoth Tusk Train. Let's find it. It's in my images folder somewhere. I could have sworn you were here at the start. Maybe it's because you're here at the start of half the streams. I just assume that you're always here. I just started to assume you're always here. Alright. For those of you who weren't here earlier, we had the amazing combination of Ivan and Anastasia versus Quetzalcoatl and whoever else we brought along. Ostensibly Quetzalcoatl and Bradamante. And their ultimate move, the Mammoth Tusk Train, was described in the story as Anastasia carrying Ivan on her back like a backpack and charging around. Here is an artist's rendition of exactly that, because it's actually a reference to an anime I haven't seen before. Here you go. This is their final form, their ultimate move. Beautiful, isn't it? I'm really impressed with it. I assume this is from a Japanese artist, but damn, it looks real good. I assume this is from last year. Isn't that an amazing piece? It looks stupid as fuck. You're right, it does. It looks incredibly stupid, but it's hilarious. And it was just as stupid it was actually just as stupid in the story, right? Like, they were like, is that seriously happening? Why is she carrying him? Why are they so fast? They even commented that Anastasia only has strength E, and they're like, how is she even lifting Ivan? He weighs like 2.5 tons. But here we are. Grand Duchess Anastasia. She has strength E, but oh, she's the spirit. Who cares? The important thing is that the Tsar and the Grand Duchess are unified, showing a combined front to defeat us. I like how they even have, like, down at the bottom, they have the, her little snow globe thing, whatever the frick she calls it, I forget, is like piloting a train. And they have, like, train tracks down here, you can see. They're vaguely defined. Someone needs to animate this. Specifically with Anastasia and Ivan, it needs to be animated. It's great. Yeah, looks hella dumb, but it's great. Alright. I think we're out of XP to give her. Yep, we're out of XP. Alright. One day, a legendary hero will animate that scene. That's what we need, right? We need our own version of Carnival Phantasm for Grand Order, where they animate, instead of animating main story, they only animate events from the or animate content from the events. Wouldn't that be great? Just an edition of Carnival Phantasm, an entire season or two, where it only depicts things that show up in Grand Order events. And yes, they can pull in anyone they want to. I'm perfectly okay if they drag in Tsukime characters for random reasons. That would be great. I feel like there's enough story content and enough characters that you could definitely run another season or two of Carnival Phantasm. No problem. It's like, we need to have this scene animated. You want to have Jean Arthur vomit off a balcony onto Lu Bu. Yes! This is my life now. Drawing waifus vomiting on people. Someone will get paid real life money to draw that. At a professional anime studio. In Summer 3, if you didn't play it, okay, in Summer 3, that is something that happens. You're drinking a whole bunch, and Jean Arthur Berserker just throws up off the balcony, and apparently it lands on Lu Bu, and he kind of just starts roaring. She's like, shit, stay inside, maybe he won't see us. It was a pretty funny event. Grand Order is fun times. Alright, I think that's most of our XP we've collected. Guess you skipped too much. I'm surprised you skipped some of the event. Some of the event story was really good. I didn't hate the event story, although I'll admit, it was pretty long. Yeah, his God Fortress.
Yeah.
It was a fun event. I agree. I kind of agree with you. This Xmas, This Christmas is kind of an okay event. It's not the most mind-bogglingly good event, but it's had a couple good scenes. So far, I would definitely say the first scene, the start of the event, and the scene with Anastasia and Ivan have been the best parts of the event. Everything else has been kind of okay at best. But like, hey, I feel like a lot of events can be hit or miss, depending on how much you feel like experiencing the humor or how much it lands. This is the worst Christmas for you until now? Fair enough. I agree, I did like the previous Christmas stories. The previous Christmas's story was way better, and I was genuinely laughing at several of the scenes in it. So I can see that. Like, I'm not into the Samba thing either. I thought it was funny how she was like basically the worst possible choice Altera could make for another Santa, and she's like, eh, fuck it, here you go. I liked that. And I liked Anastasia and Ivan. Everything else is kind of okay. Quetzalcoatl herself, I kind of like Quetz. But the Samba gimmick's kind of silly. Hey, it's Poison. How's it going? Thanks for having good servants. I borrowed a couple of, I was borrowing a couple of your servants a while back. Alright, Quetz is maxed. I guess we go next to, Sieg. Our glorious friend Cardboard. How fair's the farm? I think we're like 16 boxes in. Yeah, we're 16 boxes in, and I'm just about done all the materials as well. I wanted a tiny break, so I'm just emptying out the lottery boxes, spending my tickets. I want an idea of how many servants I actually can start leveling up, so I'm finishing off the ones that I wasn't prepared to level earlier. Alright, so we're like just about... We just have Sieg, and then we can start on whoever. Oh, did you skip the... Morsha, did you say you skipped the entire story of the previous Christmas event too? Oh. I actually really liked the Altera event. That one was great. Yeah, Oh no, it's Snow who's skipping things. I see. I lost track of the conversation for a minute. You skip and read on the end of it? That makes sense if you're like in a hurry. I kind of prefer having the fights and the story tied to each other, at least the first time, so I try not to skip. It doesn't feel as connected to me. And I feel like I'm missing out on parts of the story. What do you need? Oh yeah. That's why you're not extended. Never mind. We're getting a lot of those, but we're not to the point where I can frivolously throw away fangs. Things are valuable, man. Oh, it's this node. Yeah, we still need one more drop before we can swap. I would read when it just takes so long. Yeah, I understand. I understand. Sometimes you have other things you need to do, right? Like, I can definitely understand when you have other things to do, or it's like, I have to go to work in 20 minutes, and there's a new chapter out. I'm not gonna read the entire chapter, and then try to spend my AP. I just don't have time for that. I can understand skipping. I'm just saying I try to set it up so I don't do that. But I definitely run into that in the mornings when I want to spend my AP after I went to bed, because I can't play at work, obviously. So your options are either skip or do something else. Yeah, I don't skip main story either. The only time I skip is if I died and I'm confident I've already read it. Time for 999 Chiome. Chiome. 999. Interesting choice. Hope you enjoy. Oh, Waver didn't kill that guy. Still mad at the translation from Oniland? It's been like a month, isn't it time to calm down? You always play at work like right now? What didn't you like about the translation specifically? I did. Oh, I think they translated one of the jokes, right? I'm trying to remember what you didn't like. I think one of the jokes was translated. Yeah. One of the jokes was translated. Yes, yes, it's the stupid FBI joke. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember not being particularly worked up about that when I saw it, so. Just a stupid localization team. Yeah, first, not a lolly. Second, FBI joke. I remember that, see? I remember you were mad about it, because they were, I assume they were doing that as a joke. I would assume they did that as a joke. But I can see why, like, some people are irritated about that. I would have been more irritated at the lolly joke if they didn't have, like, 10 lollies in this game already. If there was, like, no lollies in this game, and then they had, like, someone who looked slightly underage, and there were instantly FBI jokes, I would have been like, okay, that's dumb. But since they're like, kind of laughing at themselves and their own people. See, like, there was an FBI joke. They were like, I'll call the FBI or something on the fact that you were hanging out with Ilya, or not Ilya, Sit and I, in the Oniland event. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought too much of it either, but I think Margaret was in here or ranting about it when he read it, and when I got to it. Yeah, oh, it's Chiome. Oh, it's about Chiome, my bad, see? And Chiome isn't actually a lolly, that makes sense. I thought they were calling it on you hanging with Sidney. Whatever. I wasn't paying much attention to it because I thought it was a silly joke too. Point is, it's dumb. But I think it's not that bad that they're making it because this game literally has like 10 lollies in it. Like we actually have Kiyohime, who's like a 12-year-old. And they're like making that joke. Yeah. I'm not super salty about it either. Her height in washboard feature. Make it. How tall is she supposed to be? I don't have a copy of her. Do I have the Type Moon Wiki open because it will actually give me physical stats? No, I don't. I also can't spell Chiome. That would help. She's 154 centimeters. That's not actually that short. Relatively speaking, that's not that short. A lot of servants in this game are that short. Like, Nero's shorter than that, right? Right? Nero is hella short. Yeah, Nero is actually shorter than Chiome. By like 4 centimeters. A lot of female servants are around that height. How tall is, someone who's actually a lolly? Like Kiyohime. How tall is Kiyohime? Kiyohime is actually taller than both of them, never mind. There's like half the servants in Grand Order are like, half the female servants in Grand Order are like that tall. Actually, a lot of characters in Grand Order are pretty small. But that's because I think Japanese people on average are shorter than North American people, and they seem to like scale everyone to that height, so you have like a ton of people who aren't that tall. And yeah, I still disagree with, yeah, Japanese people on average aren't that tall. I still think it's not that bad because they're making fun of themselves, but they're not stopping anything they're doing. It's the difference between like, being like a huge anime fan and calling people a weeb, and being someone who hates anime and calling people weebs. Yeah, imagine they scale to European standards. They'd all be like 5 foot. They'd all be like 6'2". like Nero is complaining about being short. Looks at her bio, 6'2". What? Yeah, every servant would be like 180 centimeters or higher. You'd be made fun of for being 185 or something. It's like, oh, you're only 185 centimeters? Shorty. It's like 183 or 4 is 6 feet, right? Yeah. I wish they wouldn't translate jokes, but it's not the worst that's been done. And they're making fun of themselves when they do it, so it seems like it's... it doesn't seem as off-color or off-putting. What are you talking about, barely eat things? Asians are renowned for eating large quantities of rice. And rice is, relatively speaking, a very dense food. It's a starch, like potatoes. Yeah, I mean, I don't trust translations that much in general. I definitely don't trust Funimation translations, so... I'm getting really nervous that Funimation's taken over Crunchyroll. I mean, Crunchyroll isn't the best at translating shit, but... man. Sorry, like... Funimation's dubs have been very, very questionable in recent years. With some very, very political translations. You guys don't want to know how German translations are sometimes. Look, the goal... I don't know why people want to put modern political statements in a fucking translation. I'm sure German translations... You know, German translations might be just as bad, but I don't know enough about German translations to be able to comment on them. But goddamn, when people are like... people put modern political messages in a translation that had nothing to do with modern politics, it's fucking stupid. Like, there are... yeah. I mean, you kind of have to go anywhere to find them, but there are some really questionable translations done by Funimation. Most notably, what's the one I recognize most notably? I think in the dub for Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, they really fucked up. They added like lines about the patriarchy or some bullshit. It was crazy. Oh, I mean, I agree. I think everyone can agree that translation isn't easy. But I mean, there is definitely a standard you can hold people to. And one of those standards is you should accurately be able to convey the information in text form. Japanese people saying what's that? Maybe that's Japanese, but man, I have an Asian friend who's Chinese, and I gave him my normal portion of rice when he came over for dinner, and he was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you only gave me like a third of a plate of rice. Like, he legit wanted half the plate full of rice. On top of whatever else we were having. And he also usually also has like an entire pizza when we eat. Because I'm usually the one who doesn't eat that much. Like, when I go up for pizza, I usually just order like... usually eat like half a pizza. If I'm not... I'll take like half a pizza, or if we're ordering by slice, I usually have like 4 slices. Which isn't a lot, but I mean I'm also cheap, so I just eat snacks when I get home. I don't know. Probably just a person by person thing, really. I don't actually know how filling the more traditional Japanese meals are. By reference, you speak Tagalog and Vietnamese. That's just funky to translate meaningful words. Okay. I feel like when you're translating anime, you should be really careful, especially if you're Funimation, given that they like rise out of the ashes of 4 Kids, right? Which did a lot of really stupid translations. FGO events may as well be abridged versions of the series too. It does sometimes actually poison. I'll give an example, and this isn't done by Funimation, this is done by Aniplex actually. I believe in Kaguya-sama, Aniplex in the subtitles replaced one of the jokes. Now they usually actually do a pretty good job with the jokes, translating them mostly on point, although a few of them are reworked. They translated one of what's her face, Kaguya's the female lead of the show's jokes into a social distancing joke, which immediately dates the entire series. And if say like everyone else here, you're in the pandemic, the minute you hear a reference to social distancing, it pulls you right out of the series, and you're like, oh, we're in real life. But in the series, there's no pandemic going on, but she's making we're not doing social distancing shit anymore. You're like, why did you insert a social distancing joke into this series? Like, really weird. So I definitely see how shit like that can pull you right out of the series. Learn Japanese. I think that's a good goal. The appropriate answer is to learn Japanese. You're dead on. It is a lot of work to learn Japanese. It's a very slow process. Okay, Astolfo is nowhere near NPing. I guess he can get it if he... I might be able to get it here. If he crits. Sometimes going from English to German, you think, what the hell did I read? Sounds about right. You play mostly games in English. See, that works. It's a bad workaround, though. I can understand playing games in a foreign language because the voice actor sucks, but that still doesn't mean I don't want good voice actors in English, right? Like, telling someone you don't like how something's done, so you should do it yourself, is a pretty bad reason. Like, I feel like you should be allowed to say, I don't like how they're doing something, and then, and tell them they should improve, rather than just, saying if you don't like it, abandon all hope of participation in the, thing. Holy shit, I guess it... It's like when people go on the internet and they're like, man, this class is so broken in my favorite video game, and people respond with, well, if you don't like balance, don't play the game. You're like, well, I like the game, I just want to have a fun time. I feel like you should be able to complain about low quality products. No worries, man. I'm not personally offended by any of that. I just like discussing random shit. If anything, it's nice not having to be devil's advocate, as when I get into discussions with my friends, I'm the one who always ends up playing devil's advocate, and some of them actually hate when I do that. It's like the worst. Like, I've actually gotten into fights with my friends over the fact that I just arbitrarily devil's advocate so much shit. They're like, why do you have such shit takes? And I'm like, I'm just playing devil's advocate because it's fun here, guys. No, I don't know. I feel like if there's something you don't like, you should probably try and make it better and encourage change. That's my opinion. We got the same group of friends. Some people are good to argue with. Other people really don't like it, I've found. Like, I know a couple of people who will just endlessly argue with me over random bullshit and not care at the end of the day, but I have a couple friends who will actually care if I take up, like, a garbage take on something. Like, I don't know why. Some people just assume that because you're arguing a point with them, that A, you take it really seriously, and B, you're like, you like actually believe that, rather than seeking to contest your, seeking to test the merits of their ideals, right? Like, if I hold the same opinion as you, and you say something, yeah, I'll agree with it, but like, if you want to talk about it, there's nothing to do other than stroke each other off about how great your opinion is. If you both hold the same opinion and don't want to argue about it and say like, well, what about the other side? Like, how strong are your beliefs really if you've never had anyone question them? Shouldn't you be like seeking people to challenge everything you believe in so that you can verify if what you believe in is the truth? Like, sure, we believe in the same thing, so maybe my arguments aren't the strongest. Yeah, exactly. I mean, as long as Mordred doesn't care, it's fine. That's exactly what I just said. We have the same opinion, and you just go to the other side to see what happens. Like, you challenge by like taking the opposing side in a discussion. You can examine your own belief, even if it's of the opposite side, to see if it has merit. Like, what's the weight of my own belief if it can't be challenged, or if someone could tear it down in 5 minutes? You know, how do you actually get into a discussion with someone who believes something that is on the exact opposite, like it's diametrically opposed to what you believe, if you've never had to defend yourself in a debate? Like, I think there's plenty of reasons to go around and just take the opposite side of a discussion for any reason. And it goes double for like things I don't even know anything about. I'm willing to take the opposite side because, like, if you tell me something and I don't know jack shit about it, well, I want to like throw out random reasons you could be wrong to see if you're actually right or if you've thought this through. Like, I got a friend who like talks to me about balance in a video game I literally never played, or for a faction I don't play, and it's like, I don't know anything about this, but I'm just gonna ask you, are you sure you're right? What about this alternative option? What about this other class? What about comboing? What about doing this? Like, are you better in this situation? Yeah. That's not an argument? I mean, that's just being inquisitive, I guess. Isn't an argument just a very heated debate? Like, what is the difference between an argument and a debate? You can argue about political philosophies, you can debate political philosophies, but what's the fundamental difference? Yeah, they're exactly the same. I would see them as the same. I'm curious what your opinion is, Poison. And I acknowledge that it's very hard to argue over text sometimes. Or argue or debate over text. Is it bad to assume a understanding that if you are upset about something, you cease that jazz and do something you like? That depends on what the situation is. I would say it depends on the situation. Like, what's going on? If you're upset about something, should I just stop acting? What are you upset about? What is the current situation? Oh, arguments are filled with emotion and debates are devoid of emotion. Okay. I could see that. I would say that you should involve... I would say that it's very hard to divorce emotions or anything, and that making appeals to emotion is a bad idea in any form of argument or debate. But that is the definition, okay. As I feel like just by talking and by taking a side or by using your emotions to read people, that kind of works, yeah. That you would always have some level of emotions, but okay. An argument has your emotions involved. In that case, would you say it is possible that one person believes you're having an argument while the other has a debate? And I think that's true. I definitely think that's true. You can have one person thinking you're just debating while another person thinks you're arguing. That works. Alright. Yeah, okay, I can agree with Poison there. That's the difference if you want to give it that. So I will aim to use the word debate more often. As I only argue about things I am personally invested in, and it's usually... I usually actually only just argue about video games then. Scroll. But I would say, yeah, it definitely depends on the situation, whether you should simply do something you enjoy if you're upset about things. There are like an infinite number of scenarios where if you're upset about something, you need to do you may need to do something about that rather than just changing to do something you like. Dialect debate. I see. I see. Snow is on the likes to actually argue side of things more. Alright. I'm glad we cleared that up. Yeah, this situation is the case where we can do the latter and stop discussing or arguing. Yeah, see? A debate is a formal discussion. Are those just the first definitions for those from the dictionary? Yeah, I was gonna say they probably have sub-definitions that might clarify that, because the first one... Yeah, not that you'll argue on streams, that's not what you're here for. I'm just here for fun. I'm playing the game. Did I try Cyber 2K77? Yeah, no. I haven't tried it yet. I actually only have a GTX 970 in this computer. And I'm waiting on getting a new graphics card to try the game. Plus I'm waiting for bugs to be worked out, because the game looks like it could be interesting. But whether or not it's buggy seems to be very hit or miss depending on people. I believe the PC version has like is fairly stable, but the apparently the non-PC version is like hella unstable. Yeah, argue about a subject. It's the second definition. See, by definition, a debate is also an argument, and just in a more formal manner. But yeah, we can change the topic. It wasn't really being super productive. Our current discussion. Can I grab some popcorn now? Absolutely not. There is no popcorn allowed in this. No popcorn allowed. We only allow... Only I am allowed to leave the room and do something. No. Go grab the popcorn, enjoy. So Brada being a chair sniffer, what are you... Chair sniffer? Do you mean a bench warmer, or literally sniffing the hippogriff looking for her boyfriend Rugario? Because that was certainly a weird thing. Don't listen to this. I think you mean sniffing. Yeah, okay, Bradamante, you do your thing. It's a thing, I guess. Just gonna start thinking Ritsuka is Rugario? I think that has already been memed on Reddit, that Bradamante believes the main character is Rugario reincarnated because he didn't become a heroic spirit or something. I would assume Rugario is actually a heroic spirit though, if he's well known and a knight of Charlemagne like the other ones. Back to arguing, I see. Who doesn't sniff on hippos? I thought that was not me. Don't fall for it, Mordred. He's just trying to bait you into an argument. Chadsuka NTRing everyone. Yeah. Sounds about right. Most people like to a lot of people like shipping Ritsuka with Tomoe, and she's still very happy with her actual husband. Bradamante is an amazing in-depth character, well developed. No, you're still falling for it if you intentionally go for it. You're just walking into it with an awareness of how much you're failing. Let's see, Bradamante. Let's see, can we do this? In theory, this might work out. It didn't, but it could have. Alright, you grab your popcorn. Enjoy. I might just be jealous because I don't have any popcorn of my own. Enjoy your popcorn. A cat can step out too. On a slightly different note, Martha Ryder has different animations than she does on JP, and that's kind of cool. What do you mean it's difficult getting a theme? Mordred argues about all sorts of random shit all the time. The Bradamante is a pretty boring character though. She's like kind of okay to follow, but I don't really have any reason to really want her to be my waifu after this. She's like kind of cute, kind of knightly. She's kind of just a lot of things, but not super... she's not super compelling as a character after having gone through this whole event. Like, there's another day, right? But it's highly unlikely they give her a suddenly insanely compelling character after all we've been through, so I'm not actually the biggest fan of her. Mordred. How could he miss something so obvious? Thank God you're here. No one else would have noticed that. No, thank God we have Poison here. He's the only person on the planet who could possibly have noticed that Mordred's name wasn't spelt like Mordred. I'm just committing some casual patricide, regicide. Patricide? Patricide? It's patricide, right? It's patricide and regicide. Or regicide. Here. Why are they pronounced differently in my head? That's weird. Genocide is a side. Patricide would be side, right? But regicide is seed instead of side in my head. That's weird. Is the CIDE in regicide the same as the one in patricide? Genocide is pretty based in Redfield / Aaron Yeager. Hey, don't spoil people. Don't spoil people on things they haven't seen in the anime yet. Now I have to look up, I'm gonna look up... Oh, it's regicide and patricide. It's both side, right? It's regicide. Oh, okay. Ah, I was screwing that up. Interesting. I discovered I had something wrong. Alright, that's cool. No, we were talking I was talking to myself about the fact that in my head, regicide and patricide and genocide are not necessarily pronounced the same, and that's actually wrong. I would like to hear a lovely joke. The only thing I cannot accept is stuff that violates TOS, for obvious reasons. I personally don't have a strong opinion on whatever the joke is, but as someone who's signed who's agreed to the TOS, I'm obligated to tell you not to do that, and to maybe time you out or ban you if you say something that violates it too hard. Why was 6 afraid of 7? I don't know. Why was 6 afraid of 7? Ah. Like I'm back in grade school. 7, 8, 9. Wow. What a joke. I've never heard that one before. Like, I almost fell out of my chair laughing so hard. It's so hard to stop. It's so hard to stop laughing. I can't even keep a straight face here. Even for a minute. That's amazing. You've never actually heard that one? Yeah, at this point, it's better to just jump out your window, Kai. If that's all we're gonna get, just go. They were caught in the middle of 9/11. That one's better. That's better. That's better, Poison. I actually smiled at that one. You backed it. Alright. One of my brother's favorite pastimes when we go to family gatherings, I have an uncle who really likes bad jokes, and my brother literally like memorizes pages of them just to tell them to him. It's awful. I had to suffer through like 30 plus terrible jokes. Like, did you hear about the antenna wedding? The ceremony was okay, but the reception was amazing. Wonderful, high-quality jokes like that for like 2 hours. As long as it's let it go, she's fine. I kind of like bad jokes, they're funny. If the first time you hear a bad joke, it's funny. The second time, it's not very good. That's why it's a bad joke. As long as it's not Let It Go. Thankfully, I've only heard Let It Go like 30 times, so I only mildly dislike that song. Someone must have had to interact with small children when Frozen came out. Thankfully, I wasn't I wasn't in such a bad position when that song came out. I was very grateful, as my parents have friends who have kids, and that is all they whined about when that song came out. It was like, Jesus Christ, I've heard this 100 times. They don't even like the movie, they just like the song. You hated Frozen because of Kingdom Hearts 3? Frozen wasn't that great, but it wasn't terrible. I didn't hate it. I didn't hate it the first time I saw it. I definitely didn't hate the song. I mean, I thought the song was literally propaganda, but I didn't hate it. Look, it's Poison's Achilles. Poison seems to be low on QP, as he hasn't maxed out his Achilles yet. A legendary drug dealer. I wonder if a legendary drug dealer exists. Now, I've played Dwarf Fortress, so that may have a... If your name is Elsa, oh god, I feel so sorry. I don't know what Dusty is trying to say, but in my mind, his request for a legendary drug dealer makes me think of Dwarf Fortress. Yes, S2. No, I'm talking about the first and last skills that are both 9s. Ah, you're low on Lars. Fair enough. The last skill is kind of meh. It's just invuln. Alright. Achilles may not be able to kill the last guy because we're changing Mystic Codes, but there's no point leveling a Mystic Code we're done with. But anyway, back to Legendary Drug Dealer. Back to Legendary Drug Dealer. When I think of that, because I've played Dwarf Fortress, if you've played, you know you can become legendary at any role. And basically, legendary people do nothing but create legendary versions of whatever they're doing. So, for example, a legendary engraver will literally just walk along a wall, instantly creating masterpieces as he goes. Basically just touching the walls and instantly everything is perfect. Amazing. He can literally predict the future, carve an entire... He can, like, fill an entire room with masterpiece carvings in, like, a day. So I'm just seeing legendary drug dealer, and it's just, like... He just, like, picks up some weed or whatever. It instantly becomes, like, the best stuff you've ever smoked in your entire life. He manages to convince anyone to buy it for an absurd price. Like, that's one of the most fun things in Dwarf Forge. Has anyone read Redo of Healer? I heard it was hella edgy and it's gonna be animated this season. So I'm looking forward to that just because I want to see if it's actually as bad as people said it was. Yeah, pocket sand becomes pocket cocaine. Exactly. Just like magically manages to get all the drugs. They're the best quality. And possibly either at the best prices or convinces people to sell them for it. But like, man, Dwarf Fortress is a super fun game. Game is hella hard to, like, super hard to play, kind of. Like, the interface is terrible, but the amount of detail in Dwarf Fortress is unrivaled in literally any simulation game. Like, how many simulation games can you actually run a city management in and then have literal paragraphs of text automatically generated defining the exact amount of damage dealt to a person when a blow was taken? Isn't that bad because the revenge part's good? What about revenge? I haven't read Redo of Healer, I just wanted to see what it was. And if it was actually that edgy. Well, I don't know, people say shit's edgy, I'm like, okay, I wanna see this shit then. I wanna see how bad it is. Coffee is a drug, so the most godly cup of coffee. Huh, I didn't think about that. Caffeine is in fact a drug. Redo of Healer. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. It's a fantasy. I mean, the main reason for me to see it in the first place, and the first reason I added it to my watch list, was I was like, oh look, a fantasy anime, I'll watch that. And then people were like, it's gonna be hella edgy, and I'm like, that sounds interesting, because it'll be different than what I'm currently watching. I don't actually know jack shit about it. Like I said, I'm currently watching Danmachi, so I'd like to go back over to the edgy side of shit, as things without stakes are kind of meh. Like, that series will never get past a 7 for me. It's like a solid 7. But the fact that I don't even fear for the main character or any of the side characters' lives at any point in the series means it's never gonna even... All heroes in MMOs are basically drug dealers. Depending on what MMO it is, they might literally be drug dealers. I mean, Alchemist is certainly a drug dealer. There's no doubts about that. Tiger tank driver could become a servant. Summons it. I mean, they could. The issue is they have to be a legendary Tiger tank driver. You can't just be renowned for driving a Tiger. Just like, we could conceivably have, like, a Baron von Richthofen as a servant, because he's a legendary pilot, and he would probably get his plane. But we can't get someone who actually... You can't just randomly have, someone with no knowledge of who they are become a servant. As, you do not become a servant simply for killing a bunch of people. How about any singer? Man, oh man, I don't like... Yeah, any famous singer is probably going to become a servant. I'm sad to say, but it's probably true. They're all legendary enough and people know about them. Anyone you've heard of as a singer is probably going to become a servant. Like, you might even get, like, there are a shit ton of famous singers, and I think most of them might actually be servants, depending on the requirements, because you can become a servant. You can become a servant for being, like, a mass murderer who kills, like, 5 people. You don't even have to kill, like, 5 famous people. You just have to be a known serial killer, and you can become a servant. So, I am positive that a world-famous singer like Freddie Mercury will become a servant because fucking everybody knows who he is 50 years after he died. Or like the Beatles, like John Lennon or something. Like think of it this way. Or what's one way to think of it? Like, there are servants. You can become famous by doing genocide, yeah. Yeah, but that's killing a ton of people. And you have to be renowned for doing it, right? It's about renown. If you don't have renown, you don't get it. But like, think of it this way. There's a ton of Japanese servants, and I swear to God, 9/10 of the Japanese servants in this game, literally nobody outside Japan has heard of. Yes. Oh, there's no doubt Hitler is probably an anti-hero. Hitler would be an anti-hero servant. Like, that's exactly how it works. He's mega famous. He's mega famous. He's going to be written down in history books forever. Freaking everyone on the planet's gonna know who he is for at least a century more. If they release him, Fate would be instantly banned here. Yeah, they don't really implement anyone from the World Wars, so it's unlikely we would get someone like that. They might do World War I, though. Have you played Persona 2? I have not played Persona 2. I assume that's what P2 stands for. Smug Hitler in Persona 2. Oh, that's also true. Grand Order is not actually released in Germany. This is the US version. This is the North American version that you could easily confuse with the American version because they only care about America. But anyway, that's not important right now. This is the global version. Really? I thought it was the NA release. And that they were just like, yeah, we're too lazy to release another version. Isn't there a Chinese and a dedicated Korean version of the game? Small ones. I'm not sure when I'm Austrian. Sorry. I'm sorry for you. Okay. Since communism doesn't have as bad a rap, we could have a Stalin servant and no one would blink. Yeah, exactly. Grand Order isn't in the EU. There's no EU version, right? Isn't it like a pain in the ass to get a copy of? Exactly. How are they gonna ban it? It's not even available. Well, not really. Yeah. I mean, I know that's how you get it. And there's other ways to get it, because you can also just, like, download a program and grab the fucking EXE from wherever you are in the world, right? Like, how do you think I play on Japan? I'm clearly not in Japan, and I'm not VPNing. I just downloaded the EXE and just download an updated APK every single time they give a new version release. Like, but it's not officially released, right? You're not supposed to be playing on servers outside of your region. Ostensibly. Not that anyone actually listens to that. Because region locking is crap. And is a thing that shouldn't exist. Region locking, and copyright are all designed for a pre-21st century world. And need to be entirely reworked. Like, there is no reason we should have any form of copyright that isn't global, given the nature of the internet. The English version should be global. I mean, that's an argument. I would argue that, oh, you thought he was Australian? Oh, I thought it was funnier when he said Austria. It's not as funny if you think he's from Australia. I mean, you could say by the number of people who speak English, it should be the global version, but I would say if there's a Japanese version, then there should be an English version, and there should be an American version rather than an English version. Or if they're going by language, then it should be an English version, but it wouldn't be global. It would be to countries with primarily English speaking, or countries who are officially using English as their language, if they went by that, and we're restricting by country. But that's also kind of garbage, because a lot of people in foreign countries who don't have primarily English as their language, speak English. So it would natively turn out to be, regardless of what they tried to do, it would be the general version. Granddaughter isn't the EU because of EU laws? Maybe. More likely than anything, it's not in the EU because the people who make the game are hella lazy and don't want to put the effort into doing that. Yeah, anything that gets released in English is officially the global version, regardless of the intent. Unless the alternative releases also have English language support, it's basically that. It's like any country that they don't have the language support for just defaults to whatever the English version, right? Right, like, oh sweet, another CE drop. Sorry for all the people. Sorry for all the people not getting any. Sorry to all the people not getting any. I said sorry. I said sorry. I said sorry, but I may not be that sorry. So we're currently running 5 of these. And if I just change this to this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Merchant there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 CEs. That would be it. Alright. Oh, no. We take the ones that aren't equipped. And we merge these 4 into this one, weighing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. It's the exact same. This is our break even. You could do that. But how do you know my good luck doesn't rub off on you if you hang out in my chat long enough? You never know. Are you gonna just... That's cool. I'm actually just about done for today because I'm getting really hungry. Although I might be on later. He's like, he's doing your luck. Don't tell them that, Mordred. People aren't gonna hang out if they know that. People aren't gonna hang out if they know I'm taking all their luck. Well, they might. You've been here long enough, it didn't run. I'm trying to keep that shit under wraps. Alright, how much does this actually give me for Buster? 10% and 20 C-stars. Oh, we can just go full damage now. That's a weird filter, but alright. So Astolfo is gonna melt the first wave, and we'll just continue as normal, I guess. You're down to 400 million QP. That's rough, buddy. Only 400 million. Whatever are you gonna do? Oh, you're also out of servants to level. Wow, that's a rough situation to be in. Definitely someone who needs more luck. Are you serious? Don't give me that shit. I want 300 health. I'm not gold foeing Astolfo so that can not happen again. That was dumb. Level your 3 stars. You need to spend even more QP. Listen, stop making CE bombs. Level your CEs by hand, one by one. One CE at a time, or one level at a time, so you can never, you can optimize the amount of QP you spend. Alright, Astolfo I think kills this whole wave no problem. Spam friend point gacha. Wait, why spam friend point gacha? He said he's trying to spend QP. Oh, you're not making C. You're making non-CE. Feed every CE to a single. Do the same thing for servants you level. Making CE bombs is cheaper than leveling the actual CE. Not by much, but it's cheaper than leveling the actual CE to max. Could you grail Punching Saint? How much do you plan to actually use Punching Saint? And do you have any other extra class servants that you're already planning on grailing? Because I can see taking the Punching Saint as a flex move. Be like, fuck yeah, I got Punching Saint level 100. But I wouldn't honestly go for it if you weren't planning on using her. Just level your favorite servants. If you have like an extra class servant, or if you have more than 2 extra class servants that you like more, it's a bad idea, because ideally, I don't remember the state of your account, but ideally, in my mind, if you're going to grail servants of a variety of classes, like most people Most people want to do like one of every single class so they can put them on their support list right now. If they're gonna grail them to max. If you're planning on just throwing 2 grails at her, I'd say, do you like her? You've leveled up your grails, right? Yeah. If you like her, I'd throw a couple of grails at her. How do you think she stacks up compared to Quetzalcoatl, who you also have now? I don't know why I went to shop, that was a dumb idea. I want to go to, come on. You ran out of feathers? Well, good news tomorrow. Feathers. Lots of feathers. The good news tomorrow is that there's nothing but feathers coming your way. Can't level up more servants because you're out of feathers? Do all the servants you have left require feathers or something? An encounter in the dark night. 2 altar and archer? I kind of wish they didn't rotate this when they wanted to show me the full art. That's a cool piece. I like this. Who did this? Mihawk. Oh, I was gonna say. I was like, this looks like a very familiar art style. He has skill with the blade and a demeanor unfamiliar. His 2 gleaming, glaring eyes are brighter than the city lights that shine within the darkness. And even that doesn't jog my memory. And yet somehow, the man standing before me somehow seems familiar. Yeah, that's a good piece. I like this work. Miho Kato, I need you to do more CEs. Damn, bro. Feathers, Bones, and Fangs, starting tomorrow. Holy Knight Aurora. This is one of the best CEs in the game, isn't it? Or the best command codes in the game, because it just hands you 4 stars, right? Yeah. I recall people saying it was like one of the best you could possibly get. I don't know who the heck I want to put it on though. Maybe Okita? Like 4 stars is a lot of stars every time you use the card. Especially if you're soloing. This, you see, 100% drop rate in the material. Okay. You don't need any of the materials. Alright. I'm gonna put Sieg to 80. Ah, yes, the useful, the ever so useful, useless, it's the red shit you're talking about, right? That useless red shit material that nobody cares about? I'm with you, I don't need any of that shit either. What's it called? Spinal fluid, right? It's spinal fluid, I think that's what you're talking about. Alright, I think every servant I have that I actually give a shit about is leveled right now. Atalante needs bullets? Must be the other one. I don't have either Atalante. Enjoy your bullet farm. I would hope she eats bullets. If she doesn't, I'm gonna be really confused. Yeah, I think I have every servant I care to level leveled right now. Martha notwithstanding. I don't really care to level Martha that much. Casters. I guess my casters need to be leveled. Mostly Medei, though. Imagine having single threat casters you want to level. Medei and you. You need to be leveled, okay. 200 pages. Just a small loan of 200 pages. He won't even notice it. He's actually done with them permanently. All my assassins I like are done. Although I need an AoE assassin, so Fuma should be done. At some point. Fuma, what do you... This is painful. I like Fuma. Do I have any assassin XP to throw at him? I do. Awesome. Alright. Oh, leveling 3 stars is painful. They never get as much XP as you want them to. They never get as many stat ups as you think they should. Alright. He needs to kind of be leveled because I don't really have anyone for AoE there. I like Lu Bu and Nobu, so I guess those are my next targets? I don't freaking know, man. Am I missing anyone who needs... I think I have all my servants I actually want to use leveled right now. That's kinda nice. It's a good feeling not knowing where your XP is going to go next. All this... Your Kiyohime is 80. Congratulations. Why did I use Grails on her? Because she's cool? I don't know. I think Kiyohime is pretty cool. Like, maybe not the best berserker ever, but she's pretty cool. You gotta wear that. You gotta wear that with pride. Like, put her up in your support list and be like, oh, I like Kiyohime, man. That's fucking cool. You know, if you actually like her, that's really cool. You don't want to get burned from her. I mean, if I see someone with a Kiyohime in their support list, regardless of what they are, they stand out to me, and I'm like, oh cool, this guy has taste, you know? Instead of having like the generic list of servants that everyone thinks is the best, like, you know, instead of having Raikou or Lancelot in your berserker slot like fucking everybody else, if you have someone interesting that you stand out, like, let's go look at berserker slots on my friends list. I wish I could kind of sort by something else. Level? We'll go like from 80s. We'll start at 80, wherever the bottom of 80 is. I'm sure I have people who haven't... Okay, what the fuck? What the fuck? Level your Chashas. Jesus Christ. Okay, we got Lancelot and Herc. Wow, this... Look at this. How original. 3 Hercs. Herc? Penthesile? Ibaraki stands out the most. Like, Lancelot and Herc aren't very interesting. Okay. These are all interesting. A Cha-Cha, a Jean, an Atalante. But we don't see many of those. We see a lot of Hercs, so if you just have Herc in your support list, nobody is surprised or interested. And you're not a very memorable anonymous person. You have the Enrix in your support list, you don't grow them. Like Jerkers here, we got more Lancelots. We got a Grail Jerker, that's noticeable. We got Raikous. We got Vlads. More Raikous. Like, Raikou is at level 90, how original. How exciting! We have an like if you have Raikou, it's like, how exciting, a Raikou. No one else has a Raikou. Whereas, like, you remember people who have weird standout servants. Like, I remember the fact that I have a friend on my friends list with a fucking maxed NP5 Penthesile. And I definitely remember that, like, I don't even remember that there's level 100 Hercs, because fucking everybody has Herc in their list. Not that he's bad servant. But I also remember level 100 Fran, and I usually remember... I don't know if I remember anyone else's. Level 100 Fran is kind of memorable because he just got it to 100, but... Maybe the level 100 Golden, but nobody else is, like, particularly memorable. Like, even though she's not the best servant, if you like her, go ahead and put her there. It stands out. Not skills maxed out. Skills not being maxed out is suffering. Don't bully your level 100 Zerkala. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the level 100 Zerkala. I'm just saying he's not very memorable. Or characteristic. That's like just a mechanical choice that everyone would put in their list normally if they had one. Whereas if you take like a Grailed Kiyohime, it's like, this guy kind of likes Kiyohime, that's cool. Gives you some personality, right? I can respect that. I mean, as a person, she's not 0, but I would remember someone. If I see a level 100 Kiyohime in my friends list, I'd be like, interesting, someone likes Kiyohime. I won't remember you. At level 80 Bunyan? Like, level 80 Bunyan? Someone grailed Bunyan, that's cool. That's true, it does feel pointless. And it probably is pointless to put anyone other than Bond Herc. Well, that's not the argument. Like, if you need friend points, I guess you go for the popular shit. But I'm just saying, it's kind of memorable if you do that. And when I'm looking for... on my 3-star account, I will definitely appreciate it if you have a grailed Kiyohime. I'll be like, please, sign me up to this guy as my friend. I need a 3-star servant. Oh right, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for skills to see what my Penthesile was. I don't actually remember what my Penth is. 899. Well, we have QP now, so we can actually put her... Yeah, Zerker slot is mostly... I use Zerker slot for... I usually... When I'm looking for Zerker slot, because I try not to use Herc solos, or Q Alter solos, I typically go to the Zerker slot for AoE Berserkers to instantly kill things if I don't know if my regular people can win on neutral damage. Because like Raikou K-Scope probably clears things, and you don't need to think about it. Like, if I'm doing hands, I just click the 40 AP node, don't even look at classes, pick Raikou, Berserker, Arash, and someone else who does good neutral damage. Yeah, I don't usually look into the Berserker slot outside of events either. Because my own Berserkers, I feel, are actually fairly solid. That's one reason, I guess. Like, I have Jerker, I have Hijikata, and I have Penthesile, so my single target Berserkers are pretty good. It's only ever Raikou that I look for. You grilled your Arash just for this event? That is a very aggressive choice. We'll go with that. Do I have a Kai on my friends list? I feel like an Arash would stand out. 70. 70 isn't a standout level usually most of the time though. The answer is no, I don't have him. I have a level 80 Arash. You didn't have enough XP to give him more grails, that's fair. It's always awkward when he's like sitting at 72 or something. Now the whole world knows you can't spell Pepe. 5 hours until day 7 unlocks. Do I want to just continue streaming in 5 hours? I don't feel like I need anything from the event shop, right? Okay, there's gonna be 200 or 400 needed there. That's the last material. I officially have everything from the event shop. I guess I'll buy this because it's never coming back. No keyboard. It was a miss that you start farming tomorrow after your birthday. Alright. Well, I think I'm gonna head off for now since I don't need any gold material. Like I'm good on gold materials. We have 200 to buy like a few monuments if I need them. Yes, that your hands are broken. I broke my fingers. You have bonitis, right? Every breath is agony. You shatter your bones just by breathing. At night. Oh, what's that copy paste? At night. At night you lie awake until your heart attacks put you to sleep. Bonitis. That was like from the Bonitis Futurama episode, right? Alright. Hi, Shadow. You actually popped in at just the wrong time as I'm about to head out. Alright guys, I think I'm going to take a break. Probably until the last section opens up. I'm just going to head out, make dinner, watch some anime. I could just stream longer. I need to make dinner at some point, you know. Like, I haven't eaten anything. I have had breakfast, and then I started... Yeah. See you tomorrow, Snow. Alright, I'm gonna head out, guys. Thanks for hanging out and watching. I'll see you guys in the next stream. Bye now.